Council, City of Carpinteria, regular meeting agenda for Monday, July 8th, 2024. And may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lee,
Here.
Councilmember Nomura.
Here.
Councilmember Solorzano,
Here.
Vice Mayor Alarcon,
Here.
and Mayor Clark.
Here. Now, will you all please join me in a pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first thing we have on our agenda is a proclamation designating July as Park and Recreation Month. It's good already. Can you get us started off, council member / supervisor-elect?
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas park and recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Carpinteria, and promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people and
Whereas time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's disease, and
Whereas community parks encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles, and
Whereas the city's Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education, and
Whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time, program, youth sports, and environmental education are all critical to childhood development, and
whereas community parks and recreation activities increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction, and
whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the well-being of our community, and
whereas parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide for a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, and
whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and
whereas the city of Carpinteria recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources.
now therefore the City Council of the City of Carpinteria hereby designates July as Parks and Recreation Month in Carpinteria. And so do we have a motion to approve?
so moved.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No. Motion passes 5-0. Brian? Now, is there somebody here to receive this? We come down and, would you come over and receive this, and then we'll ask you to have a few words?
Yes, team.
How's that sound?
Sounds wonderful.
Okay.
You guys mind if we use our brand new banner as well?
Yeah, get it out there.
Let's coordinate with the hands. Big debut in the parade. And the corners. I don't want this going, you guys can help. Okay.
We'll do the old overhead.
All right, here we go. Done.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Community. Jeanette Gant, your Parks, Recreation, Community Services Director. Thank you so much for this Parks and Recreation Month proclamation and highlighting the important work that your Parks, Recreation, and Community Services team does each day. This year's theme Where You Belong celebrates the many ways park and recreation professionals across the country foster a sense of belonging in their community by providing welcoming and inclusive programs, essential services for all ages and abilities, and safe, accessible spaces to build meaningful connections. So I would like to take just a few minutes to give a shout out to our amazing team and all the hard work that they've done. First, our Age Well team is our program coordinator, Jenna, and recreation leader, Amy. Both work very closely with a team of volunteers and a variety of partners who lead programming and provide services to the community. Jenna and Amy have brought a lecture series, a variety of mind and body fitness programs, pickleball, and Saturday excursions to the community. Thanks to their partnership with the Central Coast Commission for Senior Citizens, over 7,900 meals have been served to seniors at the Vets Hall since October of 2023. Our aquatics program is led by 2 aquatics coordinators, John and Kaylin, in addition to a number of amazing part-time staff who are our lifeguards, swim instructors, beach lifeguards, coaches, junior lifeguards, instructors, and cashiers. Together, this team has given swim lessons to 376 people this year alone, and they are in the middle of our fabulous junior lifeguard program, which has 201 participants. Our library team is led by Jody and includes Eric, Tara, Maria, Holden, and Pauline. Currently, they have 165 people signed up for the summer reading program. There are 3,700 library card holders, and they had 58,000 people through their door last year. And last but not least, rounding out our team is Aida, our fabulous management analyst too, and Joe, our community garden program coordinator, and myself. A huge thank you to Aida, who led the opening of the skate park and the dog park pilot program, among many other projects. And Joe, who is our new coordinator, has been here just over a month and is making a noticeable difference with the gardeners. And it's important to note that we cannot do any of this work without the support of you all, of the community, and of our coworkers in the other departments who really help support us and make sure we can do our job each and every day. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to go to a temporary adjournment of the City Council for the purpose of holding the monthly meeting of the Carpinteria Library Board of Trustees, and that's us. And so we will download.
So President Clark, if you want to call the meeting, oh, you already did, sorry. If I'll go ahead and confirm legal noticing and procedural requirements of the meeting have been met, and then also all board members are present and accounted for.
That's great. I'm having trouble getting an agenda to download here. Oh, there it comes. Okay. Okay, now we'll take public comment on for the Library Board of Trustees, not the City Council, for items not on tonight's agenda for the Library Board of Trustees. Is there anybody out there in the audience that has any comments for general public comment for items not on the agenda of the Library Board of Trustees? All right, seeing none. Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
President Clark, we have nobody.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Okay, so how about the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held June 10th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 No? Motion passes 5-0, Brian. And now it's time for the July 2024 Community Library Report, featuring our librarian, Jody.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having me. As it says in the staff report, the summer reading program began June 10th, and you heard tonight we have 160-something participants, I think 162. Most of those are children, and the self-declared goals from participants for the summer include almost half of them want to become better at reading, 50% of them intend to read every day, and 48% of them want to read as much as they can. 72% of them are reading for enjoyment, which is just the best, right? The themes and activities related to the summer reading program include lots of opportunities for spending time outside. Last year, participants were encouraged to spend time at the city's local beaches, and this year, activities encourage insect observation and study by way of drawing the bugs found in the field, looking at bugs under magnification, and crafts that relate to the theme. On Friday, we dispersed hundreds of ladybugs outside during Friday Fun. So signups for the summer reading can be made at the library, and the program continues through August 16th. At the end of this week, we'll be halfway through, though, and I think it's just summer's flying by. We are partnering with Age Well to begin a film club at the Vets Hall. It's every Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock, beginning this Thursday. This month, we're doing documentaries, and I think Thursday's film is Big Little Farm. So we also, this Thursday, are beginning this year's version of World's Safest Bingo. Fred and Lisa will be out on the beach, Main Beach, at 6 p.m. with bingo cards and prizes, and all ages are welcome. And we've been encouraging people to really bring everybody. It's just so fun and relaxing. Also this Thursday, unfortunately, we've got a conflict. Something else to do on Thursday is a lecture at the library that is going to be done by the Land Trust. The Land Trust is going to be sharing about how they worked with the city of Carpinteria and other local stakeholders to conserve the bluffs, and then also talk about the coastal habitat and why that particular area is so special geologically and with natural history. New additions to the Library of Things is a 1960s manual typewriter. Got checked out immediately. For those of us who use typewriters might not be so super excited about this, but people who have not seen a typewriter, it is the most fun ever. So that's Library of Things item that can be checked out for up to 3 weeks. And then the Wolf Museum of Exploration and Innovation, which is the Moxie Museum, has provided an additional 8 passes at no cost to us through their community partnership. So we now have 12 passes for the Moxie, and it's made the wait list go from 2 months to get a pass to something in the range of 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. So really, really happy about that, and so grateful to the Moxie Museum for that partnership. Since the pickleball lessons have begun through Age Well, our pickleball paddles have been in continuous rotation. They're also through the Library of Things, so that's super fun. I did want to bring your attention to the fact that the Black Gold Cooperative Library System, our consortia of libraries, lost 50% of funding that they received from the California State Library Board. So we all are aware that the state of California had some belt tightening to do, and that was one area that lost some funding. So to offset that funding cost, the contract for courier service was moved to the courier directly, eliminating the courier company, which has historically provided the services. We're using the same courier, but at a reduced cost, so that's one way that we're saving some of that money. And then attachment A in your packet should include an increase to cost based on the formula used to determine shared costs in Black Gold. Black Gold has this formula that they use, that we use, that has to do with size and circulation numbers and the amount of devices that we have. And Carpinteria is very small in the consortia. We're the smallest library in that consortia, and our costs are the least expensive. But there is, I'm not finding the attachment here. I don't know if anybody's got it, but if you have questions about that, I'll see if I can locate the copy so we can talk about it. We have Hoopla that is through our Black Gold cost. That's 10 checkouts a month. Thank you. And then we've added a few additional hotspots, and then the annual portion of the unfunded pension liability. I don't know what you remember from last year, but that unfunded pension liability fluctuates. This year it's about $1,000 more per year than last year. So the Library Advisory Commission is actively working on strategic planning. The commissioners have done some preliminary work with stakeholder conversations. We've all watched this webinar on how to do a strategic plan, and still we're feeling a little uncertain about how to proceed. Well, none of us are professional in that regard. So we are having engaged in a conversation with a consultant through Legacy Works. It's, I think we're familiar with Legacy Works. Carrie is, I'm not sure, is Capel, who has done some work for the county and done some surveys and things like that. We've been talking with her about it, and she's provided us with a series of menu items that we can use her for. So we're just in the exploration phase of that and how we might pay for that. We think it would be very helpful for us to have somebody leading that strategic plan. So TBD. We do want to include focus groups, staff input, Board of Trustee input, and a survey in Spanish and English. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up is that the Friends of the Montecito Library have reached out to discuss the possibility of Montecito Library joining the Carpinteria Library. If you'll recall, 2 years ago when Carpinteria took over the running of the library in 2022, summer of 2022, the city council at that time said, let's do 2 years of operations, just see how it goes, see how much it costs, see how it works, all of that. And then after the 2 years, we will revisit this idea. So Montecito Friends haven't forgotten. They're very interested in joining Carpinteria. And so they've reached out to Martin Gomez, who you may remember from, I think he and Susan Hildreth did their feasibility study in 2018 and then presented to Carpinteria at that time. They've reached out to him to provide a recap in person to the city council. So we're looking for dates for that coming forward so that you can remember what was done, and he's talked about sort of how to evaluate where we are now and how that might go. Our new library tech, Pauline Nelson, started on Monday, June 17th, and then was in the parade on Saturday. So she's fully on board, and it's just a pleasure to have her with us. She's now doing storytelling, the story times that, and replacing Jenna, and we're doing the Baby and Me on Wednesdays. And then her library experience and her manner with people has just been a real wonderful add. And then in addition to Pauline, we have several teen volunteers, an intern, a paid intern that the Friends are funding, who's acting as a paid just for the summer. And then an extern from Girls Inc. who will be at the library for another 2 weeks. And so those folks are shelving and checking in holds and making signs and lots of other duties as assigned. It's super great to have the extra team. So, do you have questions?
Any
No.
questions?
Yeah, about the additional hotspots, how many do we have now, and then how many more are coming online?
So we'll have 15 total. Some have gone missing, as happens. You know, that's the risk that you take with library materials. They're super useful for people, and then sometimes they don't come back. So they get turned off right away, so they're not useful. They're kind of almost bricked. But so we have 10 right now. We keep one in reserve for our own selves for when our Wi-Fi goes down. Super handy. And we have it for when we go out for outreach and things like that. And then we're going to add another 5.
That's great,
So,
because I know
yeah.
that it sounds like they're very popular.
They
and
are.
People are really utilizing them, so that's great.
Yeah, it's great.
And then in terms of just the potential merging with the Montecito Library, are there any local examples of that having taken place, like in our region, like in the Ventura or Santa Barbara area, where a smaller library like that is folded into
Yeah.
a bigger one?
Yes. Goleta left Santa Barbara Library 1 year before they started running Solvang and Buellton. So there's precedent for it. There was a time when Lompoc ran Buellton, and then Santa Barbara was running Buellton, and then Lompoc was running Buellton. So they kind of move around a little bit. I mean, Carpinteria doesn't have the experience of running an organization or an institution outside of our city limits. So that's some things that we'd have to work out as far as that goes. But it happens everywhere, all over this county and elsewhere. Santa Maria runs little branches all over North County. Lompoc runs the village library as well. So it's common. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And are there advantages to us?
To have Montecito as
Doing
part of
that?
the, yes, I think so. I mean, one of the really obvious advantages is that there's staff at Montecito and there's staff in Carpinteria, and the additional staff gives us more flexibility when people are out for whatever reason, medical or vacation or whatever. There's more staff to sort of be flexible on where they work, when they work. It enlarges our holdings and the breadth and depth of our holdings, including with digital materials. So, because there would have to be a budget for them for that as well, which we all get to use. When we do collection development, the cost for that is a little bit more, but not double the cost of time. So when I order 3 copies of Aaron Hildebrand's newest book, I would just order 3 for Carp and 3 for Montecito. It's, it's minor as far as that goes, additional time-wise. And I was thinking that the hours of operation could be coordinated. Not everybody is able to go to one library or another due to transportation or whatever. But we could say, so right now Montecito is not open on Mondays, but we could perhaps work a schedule so that there's sometimes that one library is open and not the other, so that it sort of enlarges the footprint, kind of the open hours footprint. So that's what I was thinking. Martine Gomez has offered to help us do an assessment about what it would, pros and cons for Carpinteria.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
want some help with that.
Anybody else?
Can't think of all of it.
Yes. I'm taking a look at attachment A. And
Yes.
so it looks like there was a 25% increase for the 24-25 year. Do we expect an increase to happen annually, or is it just this one-time 25% increase?
That's a really good question. I don't expect it to be 25% annually. If you look at what the numbers are compared to the previous year, you can see everything went up a little. But part of that is that our circulation numbers went up. I mean, that's one of the metrics that is used. And the unfunded pension liability went up, $1,600. And, excuse me, the hoopla number it doubled. We could bring that down. We're basing it on usage, but we could limit it. So right now we have, people can check out up to 10 items on Hoopla. We could drop that to 7 or 5 or something like that. So we could cut costs in that area. The hotspots, we talked about the hotspots. We could reduce them. We don't have to have that many. The movie licensing is the same. And so that's part of it. I will say that we have plans at Black Gold to reevaluate how these numbers are determined. This sort of the base number where everybody pays the same, and then this formula of 25% circulation, 50% of population, and 25% of devices was created some years ago. And so we're going to take a look at whether we should keep doing that or it's something else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course. Dropped it somewhere.
Well, I would just say as a final comment, I appreciate being a library user, as I recently discovered my ability to work while my kids play
Yeah.
and read books. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can we get a motion to receive and file the library report? Public comment. Public comment on the library report.
Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident and UCLA graduate. What I'm hearing is that there's a financial concern. First, yes, large corporations are joining forces to basically survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do it. This is what the school board has been doing for for at least 10 years that I've been reading the agenda. They have an item, donations, where people donate money, cars, anything that they can help. For example, I don't know if the city could do it, but there could be a fund could be set up for library purposes to help them financially. And believe me, the school board has been doing it for at least a decade. And last week there was a 7,000 donation. Tomorrow there will be some. It's just an idea to help the city so that we so that the library cannot suffer in these times. Thank you.
Thanks for that idea. Fred Shaw. Can you fill out a slip, please?
I will, council, staff. Just to reiterate what our librarian Jody said, Beach Bingo starts this Thursday from 6 to 7 o'clock right at the foot of Linden Beach. Bring a beach chair, bring a towel, and we encourage people to come out. It's free, it's a lot of fun, and we're expecting a lot of people. We'd like to see all of you there.
Thank you, Fred. All right, if there's nobody else, we'll close the public comment period and look for a motion to receive and file.
I move to receive and file the library report.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Is there any new business or discussion at this time? All right, then we'll adjourn the meeting, and we will reconvene as the city council. Oops. And the next thing on the agenda is the public information reports and announcements.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, those present in the audience, those listening at home. Again, under the new format, you've received a recap of the more significant things. I just want to make sure and point out a couple that weren't on there. Again, on June 30th, on the Sunday, there at Motel 6 at Villarreal, 4200 Villarreal, a little after 1 in the morning, deputies got a call of a suspicious male, and they made contact, and that person was in possession of items that could make fireworks. So he was taken into custody and booked into Santa Barbara County Jail for those dangerous elements that he had in his possession. The other thing also, the next day on July 1st, a little before 4 in the morning, there in the 4,000 block of Villarreal Kim's Market, we had a forced entry there. About a half hour before that, experienced the same thing at a liquor store off of Modoc. So it was a group in a red Tesla SUV. There were 4 males, all dressed in black. They committed the first burglary by Earl Warren Showground area, to give you in perspective, and then as they were returning south, decided to stop at Kim's Market. And just wanted to make sure that you knew about that. What's been on everyone's minds in the last week or so is the fireworks throughout the county. I had a spreadsheet done for the entire county just to give you an idea that it's not only an issue that's occurring here in Carpinteria. In this timetable that was run, it was from the the third Friday in June through July 7th is what encompasses these totals. City of Buellton had 5 reported fireworks. City of Carpinteria, we had 43. Montecito, Summerlin area had 15. New Cuyama 1. The actual city of Goleta was 22. Isla Vista 14. Unincorporated area of Lompoc was 37. Unincorporated area of Goleta Valley was 22. Unincorporated area of Santa Maria, 81. City of Solvang, 6. And San Ynez Valley, 7. The Sheriff's Department in particular, this is just on 4th of July, between 6 o'clock in the evening and 11 o'clock at night, we had 25 calls for service, of which 3 were from the Ash Beach area. And that evening, we had 5 deputies on. California State Parks had 1 patrolman on. And then I'm going to invite him up to the podium if you have no issue with that, is the Fire Marshal for the City of Carpinteria, Carpinteria Summerlin Fire District, Mike Lamonaco. If you can report and tell the council the activities that you did not only that evening, but which also led up to the proactive action before that, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Butch. So proactively, we put up signage throughout. I'll kind of just stick with the city of Carp because that's what's most relevant for you guys. But we put up signage a week before. Usually I have to replace it because a lot of it's taken down. And we'll blanket all beach access points, areas that get you to the salt marsh, and some of our more problematic areas where we've encountered it in the past. So as far as the 4th of July, there was only one 911 call to the fire department for fireworks. And that our engine company responded to, and that was at Rincon Beach. On the 4th of July, I was on patrol, and I started my patrol at 7 o'clock, and I ended close to midnight. And I made 17 contacts with parties who were basically doing fireworks. No citations were given. It's extremely difficult to cite someone for doing fireworks because normally I'm driving around. I see fireworks. It's like, I'm going here, I'm going there. No one's calling us to send us there. I have to happen upon those people. So there's times, unfortunately for them, I happen to be in the right place at the right time, and there's fireworks coming out of someone's backyard or in a cul-de-sac or just out in the middle of a street or El Caro Park. So 17 times over the course of that evening, I successfully at least made contact with people. And if possible, I always confiscate, and I do have the ability to cite. But again, there wasn't enough evidence to be able to cite anybody for it. I just did confiscations and then tried to educate people as well. That's what I have for me. Any questions for me?
Any questions?
I in anticipation of seeing what the firework activity was going to be like, I did go to the beach at the end of Linden, so between First Beach and Second Beach, at about 8:45 on the 4th, and I stayed until about 9:30, and there were constant fireworks going off from the beach location, like on the sand. And I'm not sure if maybe Lieutenant Arnaldi can say where the deputies were at that time, because it was pretty consistent. It was from the same area on the sand, and it was for about over half an hour. So I wasn't sure. I didn't see any. Maybe there was law enforcement activity that was going on, but it was a pretty steady barrage of fireworks.
Well, and I can tell you it was pretty steady throughout the city. So bouncing, again, unless someone's making a call, at least for myself, and I don't want to speak for Butch, but unless someone calls 911 and says, I need you right here, I'm not going right there. I'm going to where I'm seeing it or where I can respond to. I got 0 calls to 911 that fireworks were going off on the beach right there.
Is it possible, could 911 calls get routed elsewhere? Because I did receive anecdotal feedback, and there might be people here today during public comment who said that they did call 911 on the 4th of July and were not able to connect with a person. So I'm just curious if maybe could those calls have been routed in a different direction?
Well, they should ultimately get routed to the responsible agency. So again, if you call from a cell phone, I believe you're still going to Highway Patrol Dispatch, and then they need to potentially bounce it over to Sheriff Dispatch, things like that. You know, one thing that I will bring up that I think was a little problematic, you know, this is such a big problem for the city, fireworks. Where was code enforcement? As far as I know, they weren't working it. Yet you have a big sign up saying it's a $1,000 fine for doing fireworks. Who's issuing those citations?
Well, I would like to hear from Lieutenant Arnaldi, because I know you had mentioned that you were going to have folks there at the beach, and so I'm not sure if maybe people might have thought that law enforcement would be the ones to be kind of on top of the situation. So is there any information about those details?
Well, unfortunately, at 21:10 hours, which is 10 minutes after 10, and I'll read you straight from the text. Subjects fighting at beach, reporting party can hear them saying they're going to shoot people. This was at Santa Claus Padero Beach. So, are we going to stay here at Linden and Carp to do a firework, or are we going to go over there to Santa Claus Beach and Padero and make sure that no one gets shot?
But what was the timing for that? Because the fireworks started about 8:45 p.m. on Linden at the beach.
And we were on constant fireworks calls. At 20:15, I'll say it regular time, at 8:15, we were at 1100 Baylord. 8:21, we were on, Montecito car handled one on East Valley. At 8:37, we were on Burt Street. 8:38, we were on El Caro. 8:49, the Montecito car was in Toro Canyon. And at 10 after 9, we were on Santa Claus Lane. And there were no calls indicated on the log sheet for those other times, the time that you're talking about from 8:30 to 9 in the evening.
And so were there law enforcement at the beach during that time at all? I know, and the reason I ask is that I know that we had a previous public commenter who had brought this up.
We did, but when you have 2 beat cars assigned to the area and when they're handling calls across town, you can't, you've got to drive through town to get to the other side of town. I guarantee you units were on constant roving patrol, but just as was mentioned, you can't be there exactly when a firecracker goes off. I'm sorry. To do that, you're going to need 100 people. Maybe we can get some volunteers that help out in the library. Maybe we can get volunteers to help us out in the field during 4th of July.
My concern was really, though, that it was pretty consistent for, like I said, like a half hour or more period on the beach. So if somebody had come up, like the people were continuing to set off the fireworks. And I know I'm belaboring the point because I did receive a lot of feedback from residents and people who live around me and who live in town who are really concerned and disappointed with the way that the fireworks situation went. They're very concerned with fire safety, with the environmental protection.
And so are we, but when you have limited resources, you're spread so thin. I've got myself and the beat deputy were out in Montecito, and I had the supervisor and 2 of the city cars in the city. And when we have a major incident, all 5 of us responded to Santa Claus Beach, and that went on till 9:40, excuse me. We were there over a half hour just on that incident. So that is minimum of 30 minutes between 9:10 and 9:40 that there was nobody in the city. That's just the nature of the beast. You only can do what you've got. We've got 5 people, and we're all 5 tied up on the one call.
Well, maybe for next year, there can be somebody who's stationed at the beach location, just since it seemed like there was a lot of consistent activity there. That could be one way to go about it, since it's pretty predictable that there's going to be a lot of fireworks.
And again, the one state parks ranger that was on came over and assisted with us. And if it's okay with you, Mike, I'll share the stats that the state parks one officer did that night. He made 15 firework contacts, 3 vehicle off-road contacts, 3 parking citations, 20-plus illegal parking contacts where you just give warned and advised, and 2 illegal camping contacts. So, your law enforcement and fire services people are out there doing their job. It's just unfortunate we can't be every place at once. You've got limited resources. We're doing the best we can. And, I'm sorry, I apologize, but, what are we going to stay parked at Linden or on Ash Beach when we've got a call with, and again, it specifically says, I can hear them saying they're going to shoot people. So You know, we're going to wait for the firecracker, or we're going to wait for a gunshot and somebody getting shot.
So
I'm
did-
sorry. That's
did-
priority calls.
Did you find somebody up at Padaro with a gun?
We did not find anybody with a gun. The crowd was dispersing when we got there. There was at least 25 to 30 cars leaving the area, or in the process of leaving the area when we got there.
So in Concha Loma neighborhood, which has always been a hotbed, the corner of Calle Ocho and Calle Arena, I mean, it was, and there was one of those sandwich board signs saying the fireworks were illegal. It was almost like, you know, it was so intense there for 3 hours that, I mean, it was like, no, we're not going to obey your law, and we're going to do the fireworks right here, right by your sign. And it was just very, very intense. The whole neighborhood complained, and, you know, there's got to be an answer. I mean, if you know where these historic hotspots are, swing by there once in a while.
So I made contact with 2 groups of people in the Concha Loma area.
Okay?
Again, when I show up, if they're not actively doing it, I can see the smoke. It came from this intersection. I was at that intersection. There was nothing to be seen. Do you have any on you? No. Can I prove they did it? No. It's like chasing your shadow to an extent. Again, it as Butch said, it comes down to how many people do you have to put on this problem? And what I find interesting, if they went off all night for 3 hours, where was the 911 calls?
I don't.
We're not
maybe people
getting
don't
the
know.
calls.
Maybe people don't know where to call.
But again, without the calls, it's hard to go specifically for it. But again, when the call goes out, let's just say I happen to be over by Delgado's. It's going to take me 2-4 minutes to get there. Who's still going to be there? That's the toughest part about this. And it's extremely frustrating. I'll tell you, I spent 4 hours out there. And
So,
about
but-
all you do is, again, you try to educate, you try and get to the people, but how do you solve the problem? We just don't have the manpower or the person power to do it.
So next year, I got to call up and say, hey, there's somebody with a gun over here. Come on over. Is that what I do?
If there's someone with a gun, yes, but I wouldn't recommend doing that if it's not true.
If I may jump in, I don't think there's any doubt that you all are doing your job and are trying your best. And the reality is that fireworks are a nuisance within our city, and we do have limited resources. So I'm wondering, how can we as a municipality, and maybe this question is more so for city staff, can better coordinate our efforts when it comes to the 4th of July and fireworks? I think in the past, what we've typically have done is just blasted social media, had sandwich boards and signs, but clearly that's not sufficient. So I'm wondering, do we need to set up meetings, maybe, 3-4 months ahead of time to ensure we have some sort of coordinated effort to ensure that we minimize the amount of fireworks as much as possible? And the reality is that we're not going to get them all. The individuals will still do it, but how can we tackle this issue?
All right, and the fire marshal made a great point about where was code enforcement. Michael, if you can answer that.
Certainly, Councilmember Lee. That's a great question. Historically, the city has not had code compliance on 4th of July, and so that's something we could look to changing the way our our labor, conditions of employment and things work. That we might have to change that, and actually later on tonight, we're having something change in our conditions of employment that will make it easier for our staff to work on holidays, which kind of came about with the library actually, because they were working on a lot of holidays and we really didn't have a thing in place for that to work. So hopefully after tonight and some of those changes get approved, that will be easier to do in the future. We could also utilize, as we mentioned a few meetings ago, potentially using like security, but security are there more eyes and ears and would still be calling. But to, the mayor's point is, people may not know who to call. So if you were able to station security there who knew exactly what to call and who to call, what to say, that could help. So utilizing some additional security in future years is something else that we could consider.
So is it possible we start something in case the New Year is coming up and that's also another hot fireworks time in our city. So if we can have something in place when that happens and working together, it seems like we all want the same thing, just we can coordinate.
Limited resources.
But thank you for your hard work.
To answer the mayor's question, the Concha Loma Calle Ocho, we were there at 10:30. We were there again at 11:09. We were there again at 11:11. And that was the three calls from Concha Loma area. That's what I can see on my printout.
Well, it finally, it all stopped at like 11:45 or something. It was almost like it was a group, and they all came in one car, so it just stopped, and, you know, it wasn't sporadic or anything after that. It was just stopped at 11:45.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I guess they ran out of fireworks.
And one last deal on the human resources update. I'm happy to report that we've hired 9 more people. 9 more as deputy sheriffs. They'll be going to the academy. They'll be going to Allen Hancock Academy. Again, that's a 6-month academy. And then upon completion of the academy, they'll be in field training for another 6 months. So in reality, the people that we hired last week, we will not see them out here on patrol as an independent patrol deputy for a year. And our deputy sheriff vacancies is now, with that addition, is 7, but our custody deputy vacancies still stands at 33, so we're still hurting very much at that job class. Any questions from council?
No questions on my end. I think I just want to close the loop with city staff in terms of the firework conversation moving forward. Is that something that staff will come back to council with, or do we need to agendize anything on our end?
Vice Mayor, I think, in terms of if we're looking at the new year, I think that's something I'll be able to, we have some of those funds put in the budget. And so I can make sure we have enough of those funds available for the new year and use that. Again, they won't be able to do citations. And then also be able to look at what we can do. Of course, our code compliance team is 2 people as well, but look at what we can do with them to help assist our partners, because we all really are working together and had multiple phone calls leading up to this. And so whatever the city can do to be part of that solution, we will do that.
Thank you.
So do you think we have to create an ad hoc committee to address this as soon as possible?
Councilmember Lee, that would be up to your council. City staff always happy to support.
I guess the answer is no.
Well, to that, we can look to, address it for the new year, and then if the council still has concerns at that point, we could look at whether, a committee might be needed to look at further things we could do.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the city manager's report on a number of items, and after the city manager's report, we'll take public comment on the city manager's report. So, let's do it.
Yes, Mayor, Council, and those are the community. Have a few things. The city manager's report always has several items on it, and I always encourage people to read that. I don't cover every item, but I do highlight a few. Some of the ones I want to highlight today. Age Well. They have a new registration platform, online registration platform, where people can register to be members at no cost, as well as for specific programs like pickleball, which was mentioned earlier. In addition to helping us collect emergency contact information, which is always important, the platform will track program participation and other important data to help guide decision-making for future programming. Also with Age Well, they have a new lecture series scheduled for July 11th, and the topic is Perfect Party Planning on a Budget. And people can join Agewell in the Veterans Hall meeting room at 9:30 a.m. to learn all the tips and tricks to throw an unforgettable bash without emptying your wallet. Going to come back to you on that one. And then also, I mentioned at a council meeting, I think last or the one before, we had a grassroots fundraising that was led by Jason and Arasha Rodriguez, owners of the Food Liaison, to get money for some bike racks. One of the things I want to do is give a shout out to the Carpinteria Unified School District and Superintendent Diana Rigby, because those bike racks have been ordered, but it's going to take some time, and it's only a 7-week program, so even a week is a large portion. And so I sent the email, and I think within a couple days, they had delivered several bike racks from the different schools to put out there for them to use until ours arrived. So that was awesome. But in terms of the city purchasing their own, that all goes back to, again, Jason and Arasha, and then also their daughter Kennedy. Jason and Kennedy are here with us this evening to present a check. And her daughter Kennedy is a participant in the city's JG program. And so if the council is okay with it, I'd like to invite up Jason and his daughter just to share a few words, and then they have a check for us. For you, Mayor.
For me?
You can accept it for us.
I'll receive any checks. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, staff. Kennedy is a proud user, or will be a proud user of these bike racks. So, again, thank you for letting us be a part of your efforts here to make the city the world's safest beach. Keep it that way, even for our youngest one. So, yeah, we have a check of $3,131.87 to the city of Carpinteria. But if it's all right, I'd like to. We've had some names added to the list since the last meeting that I gave some shout outs to. So. Myself, my wife, Kennedy, the food liaison we donated, Graham Farrar of Glass House Farms, William Wood, Don Mitchum, Hans Brand, Ryan Moore of Sunburst Winery, Lori Matthews of Island Brew, Yvonne Van Wingerden, Hannah Brand, Winfred Van Wingerden, Peter Bonning of Skate Park Foundation, Peter and Leah of Two Trumpets, Julia Mayer, and Whit Hollis of Surfliner Inn, Mark Hyatt and Rincon Brewery, Alan and Carol Koch, and Monica. Thank you, everybody, so much for all of your efforts and adding these funds together and making it possible to make a contribution. If you don't mind, Kennedy would like to take the mic as well.
I just wanted to say thank you for letting us do the fundraiser, and the bike racks will be a great addition to the program.
Most importantly, here's the money.
Give it to the clerk, please.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
If I may, I do have a question about the bike racks. The ones that are currently installed on Fourth Beach or on Ash, those were the ones that the school district have allowed us to borrow. So when those come that are purchased with this donation, will they stay there permanently, or what's the long-term plan after JG's?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Alarcon. So the plan would be that we would be able to move them. However, if there was ever any high-intensity use or we expected for any program, we would be able to take them back out and then bring them back when they needed to be utilized for the loading zone or the parking that's there.
Okay, great.
Because it takes up a lot of space. There's so many bikes.
Yeah, no, it does take up a lot of space, but I will say that they were fully being utilized on the 4th of July for the beachgoers, so that was nice to see.
And I did have one more item on the city manager's report that I'm going to turn over to our city attorney, Jenna Akos, to talk a little bit about the upcoming November election and the nomination period.
Great, thank you, Michael. I will also kind of run through some of the highlights here, but there's more details in Michael's report. So as you all are aware, the city's general municipal election is going to be held on Tuesday, November 24th. And for the city, there are going to be 3 seats available. City council seat in district number 2, city council seat in district number 3, and a city council seat in district number 4. So the seats in districts number 2 and 4 are for 4-year terms, beginning December 2024 and then ending December 2028. And the city council seat for district number 3 would replace Councilmember Roy Lee. And that seat is for a 2-year term, also beginning December 2024 and ending December 2026. The nomination period for city council candidates will open Monday, July 15th at 8 a.m. And then it will close August, I think it closes August 14th, 2024. Yes, that's correct. All candidates have to be 18 years of age, a citizen of the United States, and a registered voter residing within the city limits and the applicable city council district for which they're running at the time the nomination papers are issued. The city will have candidate handbooks available the first day of the nomination period. Pulling papers is estimated to take about 45 minutes, and so the city clerk has requested that anyone planning to pull their candidate papers make an appointment to do so that everyone at City Hall can be prepared. There's no cost to be issued nomination papers or to receive a candidate handbook. However, there is a $25 filing fee payable at the time a candidate submits the nomination papers to the city clerk. So if anyone is interested in running, please reach out to our city clerk, Brian Barrett. He can be reached at 805-755-4403 or at brianb@carpinteriaca.gov. There's also more information on the city's website. I'm happy to answer any questions, but there's additional information about this process in the city manager's report.
I have a question. Their candidates used to pay some sort of deposit, around $600 to get your name on the, or have your little bio in the voter handbook, whatever that's called. Anyway, is that a separate issue, or is that still in effect? Because you didn't mention that.
Yes, Mayor Clark, that's true. That's a deposit for the candidate statement if a candidate wishes to have one.
Okay, yeah.
And so it's a different cost for the different districts.
Right.
And it's around
And then you usually get some refund at the end, depending upon
correct
how all the costs work out.
Exactly.
So the more candidates, the more money you get back, right? Something like that.
Something like that.
Okay.
And Mayor, that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
It doesn't look like we have any more. We'll open the public comment period. I have a speaker slip. Mike Wondolowski. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. Despite the fact we've already spent a good amount of time speaking of fireworks, I have just a couple more comments on that topic. I'm Mike Wondolowski. I submitted to the council written comments with photos of the fireworks that were described on the beach between Linden and Ash Avenue. To be clear, these were aerial fireworks. They were not firecrackers or anything like that, as the sheriff implied more than once in his comments. These are aerial fireworks exploding, I'm guessing 100 or 200 feet above the ground, that were shot off nearly continuously from that area. There were also aerial shots from the State Beach, elsewhere in Carpinteria, and just a block or two inland from the beach at Ash Avenue. There were so many fireworks, when I called the Sheriff's Department dispatch, the first thing they asked was, is this about fireworks? The timeline the sheriff shared is concerning. I urge us all to go back to the video and try to make sense of his timeline with the fact that I called the sheriff's dispatch at 9:53, and the sheriff said they all got sent to Padaro, wherever he's going to shoot a gun, at 21:09. That's 17 minutes later. It's inconceivable to me how such a public safety threat that was very likely to happen in a specific place, on a specific day, on a specific time, for probably a 30-minute window, which it did, could not have been handled by our public safety officials. On the beach at the end of Linden, there were a couple hundred people waiting, anticipating the fireworks show to happen again this year, in the same place, at the same time, on the same date as it had for at least the previous 2 years. And they were there observing them being lit. As I watched, I saw the same man go up, get materials, go down to the same spot on the beach, hand light multiple fireworks, and run back to a spot, watch them, grab more, go to the same spot on the beach. This happened for over half an hour. According to our public safety officials, they were playing whack-a-mole this whole time. And to quote the fire marshal, no call, no response. There was a call. There was a call, not to 911 that would go to the fire marshal, but to the sheriff's dispatch, as the sheriff directed 2 weeks ago in this room, and last year. I am deeply concerned about the sheriff's response tonight and interrupting a council member in the middle of her comments. I was just back there shaking my head. I think the council needs to think carefully about how to get a detailed report from the sheriff on the number of calls he received, which he seemed to report tonight, 43 calls in the evening, or 25 calls in the evening, and how each of those calls was responded to, and if any contacts were made, and if there were any citations or arrests. I'm guessing no. He could have prevented a lot of it by putting one deputy on the beach at 8:30 and say, wait and watch who does it, then go talk to them. It's pretty easy. We now need to focus on next year. How do we prevent this stuff from happening again next year in the same place, at the same time, on the same day? And finally, I strongly urge staff to get the sheriff's written report in the public domain by posting it on the website with the agenda as they do staff reports. If it's not visible to the public doesn't know it's in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to speak? Yep, come on up. Can you fill out a speaker slip after you speak? Oh, you good? Oh, very good. Yeah.
Sorry, first time. Okay, and it is about the illegal fireworks, again. So it's going to be redundant in parts, but I'm really passionate about this because of, well, there's several reasons. So I'm going to look at my phone, sorry. So basically the answer of we don't have enough staff to provide surveillance that's adequate, that's not acceptable. I'm not going to get teared up. I had embers come into our backyard. I called 911, and it was a busy signal for 45 minutes, 10:07 p.m. on July 4th, a busy signal for 911. And the reason why I'm getting teared up is not because I'm upset that I couldn't get through. It's that my neighbor, who's elderly, what if she had a medical emergency, couldn't get through? Why is there not been any discussion of drones, the use of drones? Ventura County has drones. Why don't we have the use of drones? It's a question. I hope that's answered. But as a community member, a longtime community member, a teacher, a mother to 2 daughters, I want to make sure that this pattern of extremely dangerous behavior and potentially life-threatening illegal activities is dealt with appropriately. This has been year after year after year. Last year when I called 911, I was told, oh, this is another, like you suggested, yeah. And they said, there's no way we can find out where this is coming from. It was 2 blocks away. And they didn't even send a single sheriff out because there was a more significant issue in the North County. If there aren't enough police officers to protect the community, there's an issue. And then they said there were only 43 reports of firework activity in Carpinteria. I don't believe that. He said there were no 911. I called 911 repeatedly. I finally got through, and they said the exact same answer. We cannot pinpoint the location. And it's like they're throwing up their hands. So is that how you're going to respond? And look at what's happening up north, the lake fire. We don't know what the cause is. It's still under investigation, correct? What if it was illegal fireworks? We're in the peak of fire season right now. Specifically, I want to know, again, sorry to be redundant, why are drones not employed? I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning every single night for an entire week leading up to 4th of July, as I'm sure all my neighbors were, and following 4th of July up until 2 nights ago. My girls can't sleep. All of our pets are being traumatized. I have a friend whose husband is a veteran. He's receiving a ton of PTSD right now. You hear a firework, yeah, it sounds like shots. I think, and especially it's Independence Day. Veterans are not being considered. The elderly, animals. This is not just a public nuisance. This is a public safety issue. And I also walked down to the beach on the 4th of July. Not a single police officer. Not one. And it was just a party. It was like right next to the sign that says $1,000. They couldn't care less. It's like the level of disrespect. They could not care less because there are not ramifications. So I want to know what's going to be done. What do I need to do? I was willing to go to the news. I'm like, I need to do something more this year than just complain about it. Because 911, I can't get through. As I'll come to this meeting today and I'll be bright red talking to all of you guys and say, listen, maybe my one voice could make a difference. But if I'm listening to the sheriff saying, I'm throwing my hands up, it's not real encouraging. So I guess at last, I think the community deserves to be protected. The current measures are not acceptable. So I want to know what the plan is to do something different next year to stop the pattern. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I think all of us up here also want to know what the plan's going to be for next year. It sounds like, you know, there's multiple issues here and over a broad spectrum, and we just need to be prepared for next year. And I'm not sure how that works out, but
Can anyone answer why drones weren't used?
No, I don't know about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
You know, I also kind of observed that. I was trying to make that point. The disrespect of the laws. We're setting off the fireworks right in front of your sign. This is our preferred place to do it this year, and that's not a good thing. I mean, it's almost. I was thinking, well, maybe we should just make fireworks legal instead of illegal if we're not going to do anything about them. I mean, it's almost even worse that they just totally flaunt and disrespect the law. Anyway, any other comments? Yeah. Whoops. May you fill out a speaker slip when you're done?
Yes, thank you. Rogelio Delgado, a Carpinteria resident. Well, I have lived in this city for half a century, basically. And the 4th of July, yes, I expected a lot of noise. But this was just too much. I always go to sleep 3 or 4 a.m., so I was there on Baylor Avenue, and fireworks started early, 10, 11, midnight, 1 a.m., but they were not normal fireworks. It was just like explosions, and I thought, well, Sheriff Deputy will show up soon. I was there. I mean, I can look at the street and see what's going on. Nothing happened, and the fireworks just kept going. And daughter's wife, a dog, they couldn't sleep. They couldn't sleep. Even the kids, we have two of them, they just couldn't sleep. So I said that, well, something happened that Sheriff Deputy didn't show up. I thought about calling 911, but I said, well, they're going to show up. They did not. So what's the procedure to call 911? Wait for something to happen? Or just be there? Eyewitness it? Or just listening to what's going on? And in the middle of the night, you cannot go out there and confront whoever is doing it, or whether it's a person or several. It's too risky. It's the job of the police to do it. So I think that when I heard limited resources, okay, but what about getting some extra help from Santa Barbara? Bring in a deputy to help us. We need to think ahead of time, and be ready. Hopefully, the next year will be better. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you have a comment? Did you want to make? And can you fill out a speaker slip after you're done? When we have a green speaker slip?
I filled one out.
Oh, you did? Oh, was it for this? No.
Mayor, it was under general public comment coming up.
Oh, general public comment coming up. Okay.
Mayor Clark and council members, just to remind everyone, we are still under the city manager report. So it sounds to me like some of these comments are getting more into the general public comment arena. So unless there's any additional further public comments on this specific report, I would recommend that we move on, and then we can bring in the have the additional public commenters who want to make general public comments come under that agenda item.
Trying to head that way. All right, so if there's nobody else, we'll close the general public comment period. And
just to, sorry.
The city managers.
Yeah, close the public comment period on the city manager's report.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. And then we'll need a motion to receive and file the city manager's report.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0, Brian. Okay, now we'll go to Planning Commission actions.
Good evening, Mayor Clark and council members. I just wanted to briefly report out the action from your Planning Commission. They met last Monday, July 1st, and had one item on their agenda, which was the Runfeld Automobile Storage Project located at 1025 Cindy Lane. This is a request for a conditional use permit and coastal development permit to allow personal storage of up to 19 collectible automobiles within an existing 7,500 square foot tenant space in an existing multi-tenant industrial building over in our MRP zone district off of Cindy Lane. And the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to approve the CUP and coastal development permit as presented. And that concludes my report of the Planning Commission action from July 1st.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much for your report. All right, now we'll open the general public comment period, and I have some slips. Delcy Feller? Okay. Got your slip.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Delcy Feller, and I am proud to be American. I'm thankful to be able to live in Carpinteria, and I have a good friend, City Councilwoman Jackie Sullivan from Bakersfield, and she founded and is president of In God We Trust America Incorporated. And I would like to request, and then I'll give you more details on what's been going on with that. But in an effort to promote patriotism, I would like to request that we display our national motto, which is "In God We Trust," in City Hall here, in city chambers. Most of people put it like above their sign, their signs, but right now it's totally legal. There's over 160 cities and counties in California, and there's 800 across the United States that have this display. And so far also there's 37 states that it's in and 13 that is not reached yet. But I just would like to, especially during this time of 4th of July, patriotism is really important to me, and I would like to see that. So I request that that be brought up. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Yeah.
Well, that was a last-minute thought. So because I only started on July 3rd, I decided that people that I spoke to and wanted them to know that I was planning to do this. And if they couldn't make it, they signed or gave me a list. So far, since Wednesday, I have 70 names of people that support this.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You want it?
Is that, yeah, if you want to present it to us, we can receive, the clerk can receive it. The clerk over here? Yeah, thanks so much. I've slipped from Eileen Markison. Welcome, Eileen.
Thank you. This July 4th weekend, Eileen Brewing Company's outdoor stage hosted two bands that should be familiar to you in Carpinteria city government. Former city manager Dave Derflinger's band, South of Linden, played on Friday night. And the Youngsters, Councilmember Solorzano's father's band, played on Saturday night. Over John McEnroe, over Wimbledon. Like last year, one of my favorite tennis tournaments was once again disturbed. And, to be clear, I love live music. I see and experience live music regularly. And I love Neil Young, just like the Youngsters obviously do. But the band's covers didn't win me over this weekend. I heard throbbing, degraded versions of everyone's favorites from Neil Young's Harvest and After the Gold Rush in our neighborhood, the Beach neighborhood. The muddied, distorted cover tunes actually depress this Neil Young fan. And I shouldn't have to be forced to listen to Councilmember Solorzano, her father's band, but I had no choice. Something's rotten in the city of Carpinteria. How the city of Carpinteria has handled the issue of noise in our community stinks. Between the former city manager Dave Derflinger's failure to enforce the entertainment licensing requirement for years, then giving license violating establishments months and months to come into compliance, then tossing out regulating licensee conditions that were put in place to, in part, prevent noise abuses in residential areas. Then one council member's flagrant conflict of interest in participating in the council deliberations on live entertainment, essentially stripping away a foundational right of quiet enjoyment when she stated that downtown residents' expectation of quiet is not a legitimate one. Council and staff have permitted the abuse, and it is as bad as ever. Island Brewing Company is operating as they please, just like people firing fireworks off at the end of Linden. They operate as if they are above the law because the City of Carpinteria staff and council has enabled them to operate any way they want. IBC, the bands that they book, are able to disrespect residents quiet because of the council and staff have failed to act on regulating live entertainment noise.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Stephen Markison. Welcome, Stephen.
Evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I wish your enthusiasm for dulling fireworks extended into maybe getting some noise ordinances in place that were workable. We had working ordinance or regulations, rules, however you want to put it, and then you guys just let them all go. But today my day started by sending email to the community director and the city manager demanding the city make immediate action to have the Island Brewing Company's outdoor live entertainment moved back indoors. Every outdoor performance causes a disturbance of the peace, a nuisance, every time. The brewery has done nothing to mitigate the sound transferring into the residential area, Linden Field, or the campground. It's as bad as it's ever been. Friday, July 5th, the Island Brewing Band could be heard along Ash Street at 3rd Street, Dorrance, and 4th Street. That's 3 blocks north of Linden. Just like the December 2023 incident that forced Paul Wright to make a public apology. There's no difference. I've consulted with an audio and acoustic engineer, a specialist, to set up an accurate survey of the problem. I have preliminary recordings where I've measured ambient noise and the noise level with the Island Brewing Company's live entertainment playing. My recordings and measurements identify the Island Brewing Company is in clear violation of most cities' noise standards. With outdoor live music coming from the Island Brewing Company, the noise level measures 10 decibels above the ambient noise. To quote the specialist, if the difference in noise measurement is typically more than 60 decibels, it is probably a clear violation. Just so the council is clear on the metrics of measurement, 10 is greater or more than 6. Additionally, in audio or acoustic measurement, every 6 dBs is a doubling factor or simply twice as loud. It's the city's responsibility to protect citizens and residents from the public nuisance that is the Island Brewing Company's outdoor live entertainment. We are troubled by the city's negligence regarding noise. July 2024 marks the 1-year anniversary of trying to regain the peace we enjoyed in the beach neighborhood prior to outdoor live entertainment. And just to go off topic a little more, it's recommended to call 911 for fireworks. What's the recommendation to call for noise or, ordinance violations? Nobody in this town knows what to do. Code enforcement is pretty vague. You have to scroll through the city's page. This should be public and available to everybody, because the more people I talk to, they go, well, oh, I didn't know you could report it. Well, how would I do that? So, I think this is really a letdown to the people that are just trying to have peace and quiet. So again, I wish you had the same enthusiasm to our problem as you do to your own. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Stephen. Anybody else like to make public comment? Can you make another speaker slip?
Yes, yes. So just, I didn't read all my notes, but just quickly, why isn't there a designated line if 911 was busy? And again, this is the third year that it's been busy, okay? I just checked my call logs, 10:07, 10:10, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Busy, 45 minutes. So is there a dedicated line that can be established to be preventative? And day of, again, third time, get drones. If the police don't have enough force, get something from an aerial viewpoint and have them identify the launch point locations. Thank you.
Thank you. Rogelio, did you like to make a comment at this time?
Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident, UCLA graduate. Yes, there's going to be some, there's 3 openings at City Council, and anyone out there in the community interested in joining City Council, whether you agree or not with any discussions that have been happening, please feel free to apply. That way, your voice can be out there and presented in a way that you have the right, whether you agree or not. For example, on whatever issue, it's a chance, the opportunity, it's coming up. Please feel free to do it if you are interested in probably making your voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Anybody else? Do we have anybody on Zoom, Brian?
We do, Mayor. We have Robin Carlson. Robin, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
In defense to Island Brewing Company, I was there those few evenings, and South on Linden hired a guy with a decimeter. I don't know if that's the correct word. And he was really close to the band, and I was watching it. And I said, what is like a really high, like too high of a number? And he said, like 90 to 100. And I saw it was in the 80s the whole time. And I saw the sheriff come, and they didn't seem to think anything was too loud because they didn't shut anything down. Then I saw Paul Wright go out to Linden with his decimeter, and it was in the 40s, he said. And I've lived in the beach neighborhood. Yeah, you can when there's bands there, yeah, you can hear it, but it's in the distance. I mean, if it's so annoying to more people than the Markisons, where are they? How come they're not showing up? How come they're not complaining about the noise?
I'd like to answer
I feel like you're pointing the finger at Councilwoman Solizarno for of all people. I mean, why would you call her out on that? And I just think it's just really gotten out of hand, and music is music, and shut your doors. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else on Zoom, Brian?
I'd like to answer that, if I may.
Mayor, that concludes Zoom comment.
Yes?
May I?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark, or sorry, Mayor Clark, it's up to you. The council is allowed to make reasonable regulations regarding public comment, and that's generally giving every member of the public 3 minutes each.
Okay, well,
We were called out.
okay, can you reply briefly?
We are what is described as a sensitive receptor. We are very close to Linden, very near Third. So we are probably a household that is closer to Island Brewing Company than, say, Miss Carlson's property, although she admitted that she could hear the band as well. We hear it loud and clear inside our property. It disturbs activities in our home. We've gone on record. There was another speaker a couple weeks ago who went on record that she too hears it loud and clear. Just because there are people who are more sensitive to it doesn't mean that our needs, our rights should be violated. It's as simple as that.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, we're gonna,
Mayor.
yes.
Someone with their hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, come on up. And you'll have to fill out another speaker slip.
My name's Delcy Feller, and I was there also dancing. And, you know, they quit at 9. I think there's a ordinance saying they had to quit at 9, and they did. So I don't know what's the problem as far as what they needed to do, you know? And it's music. It might carry over there, but for most people, I don't think it bothered them. I was right there and I wasn't bothered. So I don't know.
Yeah. All right, thank you for your comments. All right, we're gonna close the public comment period if there's no more hands out there. And we will go to, what's the next thing? The consent calendar.
All right, I move to approve the minutes of the special joint meeting held June 18, 2024, and regular meeting held June 24, 2024, and receive and file the expenditures for the period beginning June 17, 2024, and ending June 28, 2024, and receive and file the monthly treasurer's report on compliance with statement of safekeeping and investment of public funds for May 2024, and authorize the city manager to execute the first amendment to vendor agreement for reoccurring animal control services for the period from April 2nd, 2024 to April 1st, 2025, for not to exceed amount of $24,000 for a 1-year term of the agreement, and adopt ordinance number 778. The second reading amending Carpinteria Municipal Code, Chapter 8.52, smoking regulations.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, but I'd like a point of order. We do have a public comment slip on one of the items. Do we approve this and then take that public comment, or should we take the public comment before we approve it?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Clark. I would recommend that we pull that item and we can do them in 2 pieces. So you can take all items and do public comment on, so I'm thinking if there's, because there might be discussion, I would pull that item out, take it separately.
Yeah, I understand.
And
Okay.
then do 2 separate public comments.
So Mayor Clark, if I can interject.
Sure.
I believe we have a public comment for item number 2.
Yes.
As well as, I think, a few for item number 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got a couple for item number 6. All right, so we're gonna have to pull number 2 and number 6. Do we want to have a motion for 3, 4, and 5?
So moved. Or, I'm
So
sorry.
seconded, maybe?
Yeah, it
Second.
sounds like it needs
Second.
to be
So,
modified.
so it's Councilmember Lee
Modified.
made the motion for 3, 4, and 5, and then that was seconded by Vice Mayor Alarcon.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Excuse me.
Oh, Okay,
Unmodified.
okay, all right. That's how it is. So any further discussion on 3, 4, 5?
And just confirm that there's no public comment.
Okay, any public comment on items 3, 4, and 5? 3, 4, and 5 are receive and file expenditures for the period of June 17th, 2024 to June 28th. Receive and file monthly treasurer's report for compliance with statement of safekeeping and investment of public funds. And number 5 is authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment to a vendor agreement for recurring animal control services from April 2nd, 2024 to April 1st, 2025 for amount to not to exceed $24,000. So any public comment on those items? And seeing none, we'll close public comment period and we'll vote. And that will be a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. All right, then we'll take the pulled ones in order. Item number 2, we're going to pull that, and that item number 2 is approve the minutes of the special joint meeting held June 18th, 2024, and the regular meeting held July 24th, 2024. So, do we just go right to public comment? Or, since we read the title?
Mayor Clark, that's unless there's any additional information that staff wants to provide, or if you have any questions to staff, I think we can go directly to public comment.
Okay, so we have public comment slip on item number 2 from Patrick O'Connor. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and staff. Just a small pedantic point on the joint meeting minutes of June 18th. In the third paragraph of that report in the ARB comments, just wanted to clarify my intention in my comments was to ask for the staff to calculate both ways of the density and lot coverage with and without those square footage areas that are not buildable or not usable. If you recall, that's that retention basin issue on the Lagunitas project. Minutes say that the applicant should do that. I think that's the staff responsibility. Thanks.
All right. Any other comments from the public? All right, we'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the city council. And I guess the question is, do we want to have the minutes amended in terms of the Patrick O'Connor's comments?
Yes. Move to modify the minutes to include Patrick O'Connor's comments.
Is that a motion for approval?
Yeah.
With those, I will second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No? 5-0, Brian. All right, now we'll go to pull item number 6. And that's item number 6 is adopt ordinance number 778 on second reading, amending Carpinteria Municipal Code Chapter 8.52 smoking regulations. And if there's nothing that we want to discuss prior to that, we could go to the public comments.
Yes, Mayor Clark, this is as your council members, we had a first reading several weeks ago, maybe it was at the last meeting, and this is the second reading, and what would, assuming that it is adopted, it would be the approval of the ordinance, and then the ordinance would go into effect in 30 days after the approval.
Okay. So the first slip I have is from, I think it's Yvonne Vega. Did I get the Yvonne part right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ivan or Ivan, either one.
Yeah, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Vega or Ivan Vega. I'm the Policy and Health Equity Manager with Future Leaders of America. I want to thank the council members and your staff for all the hard work on drafting the smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance and your commitment to the health of all Carpinteria residents. We really appreciate that. We hope you will follow through with your commitment to the community's health tonight and vote to protect them from exposure to second and third-hand smoke. Now is the time to take action and protect our community. According to a 2021 CDC report, more than 1/3, or about 35% of non-smoking adults with family income below the federal poverty level were exposed to secondhand smoke. This ordinance will protect the most vulnerable in our community who do not have the means to avoid exposure to secondhand smoke. FLA looks forward to being part of the implementation of the ordinance. We currently have capacities to support the city of Carpinteria with community education on the ordinance, and we're open to collaborating. If your team is interested, please email our Director of Advocacy and Organizing, Daniel Gonzalez, at daniel@futureleadersnow.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. And next speaker slip is from Daniel Gonzalez. Welcome, Daniel.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Daniel Gonzalez, and I'm the Organizing Director with Future Leaders of America. I'm here today to speak on behalf of those who can't be here tonight but have expressed the need to enact smoke-free policies to protect the health of Carpinteria residents. I want to thank the Carpinteria City Council and your team for all your hard work in drafting the smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance and adding it to the agenda. We hope that tonight you will take action to address this issue that affects current, future renters, including children, the most vulnerable, and our lovely pets. As mentioned in prior meetings, there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke, and an estimated 2 out of every 5 children are exposed to secondhand smoke in the United States. Second and third-hand smoke in multi-unit housing disproportionately affects the Latinx and low-income communities and their families, who make up a majority of occupants living in multi-unit housing. I want to stress that smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinances aren't only beneficial to our community members' health, but also to property owners. A recent study found that costs in properties that allow smoking anywhere were nearly double that of smoking-related costs incurred at smoke-free properties, and an estimated 7,600 smoking-related fires occur in residential buildings each year in the United States. Several statewide surveys also demonstrate that as many as 70% of residents, including smokers, would choose to live in smoke-free complexes. Let us act in the best interest of our residents by ensuring our community, children, and the most vulnerable are kept safe from second and third-hand smoke. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments from the public on item number 6? Yeah, come on up, and may you kindly fill out a speaker slip after you finish speaking?
I did one.
You did one?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, they got together, sorry. Jose Martin.
Yes. All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Jose Martin. I am the Carpinteria Community Engagement Coordinator for Future Leaders of America. I'm here today with others who support the addition of prohibiting second and third-hand smoke in multi-unit housing in the multi-unit housing ordinance. The city of Carpinteria prides itself on being a small city that protects its locals. An area often ignored is its apartments and condominiums, where families are affected by second and third-hand smoke. We are thrilled that the city of Carpinteria is moving forward with discussing and voting on the implementation of a smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance. We hope that this ordinance is passed today, that it can become a model for other cities in the county and nearby municipalities. FLA youth are working on getting a similar ordinance added to the city of Port Hueneme, and we hope that they will use the Carpinteria's ordinance as a model ordinance. Thank you so much for taking the lead and becoming an exemplary city that other cities can follow and becoming a smoke-free community.
Thank you for your comments, Jose. All right, if there's no other speakers, we'll close the
So,
public
Mayor,
comment? Is there somebody on
sorry,
Zoom?
We have three Zoom speakers.
Really? Okay.
So the first one is Javier Garnica. Javier, go ahead.
Hello, can y'all hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can, Javier.
All right, good afternoon, council members and members of the public. My name is Javier Garnica. I am the Port Hueneme Youth Organizer with Future Leaders of America. I am here to express my support for the amendments to the Carpinteria smoking regulations in multi-unit residences. I want to remind everyone that the home is the main place where children and adults breathe in second and third-hand smoke. And according to the CDC, an estimated 27 to 28 million people are exposed to second-hand smoke due to infiltration from neighboring units or shared areas. According to the Latino Coordinating Center, secondhand smoke kills 41,000 people who do not smoke per year. We are thrilled that the city of Carpinteria is continuing and voting on this issue today. We are proud that Carpinteria is currently serving as a model to other cities trying to pass a smoke-free ordinance. The city of Port Hueneme is currently looking into passing a smoke-free ordinance, and we have recommended them to look at what the city of Carpinteria is doing and use this ordinance as a model. By passing this amendment, you will not just be acting in the best interest of residents and property owners, but you will also show cities like Port Hueneme that it is possible to pass a comprehensive smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance and overcome challenges to get to this point. Thank you for taking action on this issue and becoming an example to other cities that other cities can follow in becoming a smoke-free community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Javier.
All right, the next one is Hector Flores Garcia. Hector, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council members, and thank you for your patience today. My name is Hector Flores Garcia, and I'm here to follow up on the proposed ordinance 778. Like those who spoke before me, I'm also here to express my support for the amendments to the Carpinteria smoking regulations of the Carpinteria Municipal Code. Over the past 3 years, students, teachers, residents, and property managers have been extremely receptive to education regarding secondhand smoke. Our community and the City Council have seen the petitions, local and national data, and surveys that demonstrate the need for policies to protect the members of our community from secondhand smoke. The side effects of secondhand smoke can be hazardous to both adults and children. Carpinteria prides itself on being a healthy city for residents and visitors. We ought to stand by our values. Today's agenda item is evident that the city values the opinion of its youth and residents. Let us act in the best interest of our residents by taking action to ensure our community remains smoke-free. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then the last one is Metzli Reyes. Metzli, go ahead.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Metzli. I'm the Health Equity Policy Associate with Future Leaders of America, and just again expressing my support to the change in the smoking regulation in the Carpinteria Municipal Code. So thank you to the council members for adding that to the agenda. So I know that city of Carpinteria prides itself in being a small city that protects its locals, and unfortunately a big issue that our community faces is second and third hand smoke. And again, there is no safe amount of exposure for these places. So I'm here today because I see people in my community struggle with this issue constantly. And according to the American Lung Association, the city of Carpinteria has a smoke policy grade of B as of 2024. So with this ordinance, if it's passed, that will bump our grade from a B to an A. So we are thrilled that the city of Carpinteria is moving forward with discussing the implementation of the smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance. And I know that all the council members and everyone here wants to see a happy and healthy community. So I hope that you all will take action today to ensure that our community remains smoke-free. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Is that it, Brian?
Mayor, that concludes Zoom comment.
Okay, we'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the city council.
I move to adopt ordinance number 778, second reading, amending Carpinteria Municipal Code, Chapter 8.52 on smoking regulations.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
Roll call.
Roll call. Roll call.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon,
Aye.
and Mayor Clark.
Aye. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break at this point, and then we'll come back to item number 7. Whoops, welcome back. We're reconvening the city council meeting for July 8th, 2024, and we are on item number, I think it's seven, which is a in lieu housing fee. May we have staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we're going to do the 2024 in lieu housing fee update. Just a brief history, our inclusionary housing ordinance requires in lieu fee to be established by the City Council, updated as they see fit. And that is for ownership, the creation of ownership units for subdivisions, basically. The 12% affordability requirement for those units. If for some reason the council decides, and it's up to the council, their discretion, if the developer has concerns and the council finds that it's not feasible for them to construct the units, the affordable units, then there's this in lieu fee that can be paid. And the in lieu fee is basically the difference between what the market rate of the units would be minus what the price would be if they were sold as affordables. So the in lieu fee is that difference. To date, the council has never accepted an in lieu fee. There was a quasi in lieu fee that was paid for Lavender Court when it went from being ownership units to being rentals to make up for that loss of potential for sale units. And those fees that were paid from the Lavender Court project actually went to be the seed money for our workforce homeowner down payment program. So the monies did go to good use. But that's the only time something like an in lieu fee has been accepted by our council for a project. But nonetheless, we do this every year. So the calculations this year for a single-family dwelling, the median sale price of a single-family dwelling in the city of Carpinteria in 2023 was $1,453,750. And again, that's the median. So it's not the average, it's the median. That's the middle number. Minus the maximum affordable price, which according to the calculator would be $575,600. And that difference is the 2024 in lieu fee for a single-family dwelling, which is $878,150. Now, for condominiums, in 2023, the median sale price was $805,000. And then the maximum affordable price for a condominium unit, according to our formula, is $509,400. So the 2024 in lieu fee for a condominium unit is the difference of that, which was $295,600. And just for comparison, the 2023 in lieu fees for a single-family dwelling were $973,500, and for a condominium, it was $316,600. Now, for 2024, they both have gone down. In 2024, it's the $878,150, which is a decrease of $95,350, or almost $100,000. And then for condos, the price went down or the fee went down by $21,000. So not as much for condos, which I'll explain why in a minute. So the reasons for the decrease in the fee this year, multiple factors. The area median income increased by $11,800 to be $119,100 for 2023 or 2024. And last year in 2023, it was $107,300, which with our formula, with the cap of 30% of the income going towards housing, that increase in the AMI also increased the cap of that 30% for housing. Also, interest rates increased from 6.81% to 6.95%. Not a big jump like in years before, but that does factor into the equation. The median sales price for single-family dwellings decreased by $45,250 in 2023. So again, with the increased income and the higher price for a affordable unit, as a result of that, with the lower price for a single-family dwelling, that gap narrowed, hence the lower price this year for the in lieu fee. And then for the condos, although the median sales price for condos increased by $30,000 in 2023, but there's also somewhat of an offset in the fee calculations for the pricing on a condo because the HOA fees are also factored into that 30% maximum of the income going towards housing. So all that combined made the difference for the condos only $21,000 this year, $21,000 lower this year. And staff's recommendation is to adopt resolution number 6337, setting the in lieu affordable housing fees for 2024. And if you have any questions, I'm here for answers.
I've got a question. Is this an opportunity to change the ordinance?
I do not believe so. Nick can expand on that.
How can we do that? I got a couple things. One is the inclusionary rate. We got our RENA numbers. And we have the inclusionary rate for RENA is 53%. I mean, we've got to provide, or maybe it's a higher number than that. It's 500 and something out of 901. That's our requirement, and we should increase that. Maybe to 20 or something like that. But I mean, there's no way we're ever going to meet those specific RENA requirements unless we do something like this. And then the other thing I'd like to do is see if we can extend it to rentals.
So, Mayor Clark, you've stolen my thunder here again. Tonight's presentation is solely just to adjust the in lieu fee that as it's currently calculated. But going forward, as part of our adopted housing element, we have committed to taking a look at the inclusionary ordinance as a whole, dusting it off. It was last updated in 2004, and considering some larger scale changes to it. So those larger scale changes, as you highlighted, could include adjusting what that affordable or inclusionary rate is. Currently, it's at 12%. Perhaps it can move upward to something around or approaching 20%. Ultimately, that has to be approved and blessed by HCD in addition to your council. So, if we were to try to get too aggressive with that, we may get pushback from HCD that's unrealistic or might actually become a hindrance to housing production if you set that inclusionary rate too aggressively. So there's, you're looking for that happy medium there that kind of helps net you some affordable units, but doesn't create, a hindrance to getting housing projects approved and built.
No,
And
but
then,
in one side of their mouth, HCD is saying, you got to build all these units. And the other side of the mouth says, no, you can't build all these units.
you're absolutely correct.
So
And
what
then,
the heck?
The other thing that we're looking at with the inclusionary ordinance is considering expanding it to rental projects, so that rental projects would have a certain percentage inclusionary obligation, and also looking at where we set those affordability levels for inclusionary projects. So right now, the units that we get out of an inclusionary project are set at the above moderate income level, so sort of like what we might call workforce housing. But there's an opportunity to set those affordability levels at something less than that to help meet some of our lower income categories where we have the greatest need, whether that's very low, or moderate income. So those are all things that we'll be looking at as part of the larger scale update to the inclusionary ordinance, but that's for another meeting down the road.
Okay, and I'd also like to, I think that the housing thing is on our work plan as one of our items. We're going to, we've been hitting other things, but I think it's time to hit this. And I would like to propose that we start a ad hoc committee and put that on the agenda. Have a housing committee to study this, because the one thing we wanted to look at is where we're going to get this affordable housing.
I agree with that.
Me too.
Yes, same here.
Okay. Well, we've done that. And anybody else have a question?
I do have a question in terms of the in lieu fees. Is this the only way or is this best practice on how to calculate that in comparison to other cities or municipalities?
I'm not really sure exactly how other jurisdictions calculate their in lieu fee, but it is, the difference in profit is a good way to do it, because it's the difference in what they would, if they were to sell it at market rate versus sell it at the affordable. So they're basically giving the city their lost profits.
Okay, thank you.
My question is somewhat related, but so I know that it sounds like we don't really, the in lieu fees are not really a regular part of what the city's receiving anyway, but do we need to drop them down in accordance with what the new calculations are, or can we just maintain them how they are at this level? Because it seems like that would be better for, if they were to be used, that having more would be better than decreasing.
So through the mayor, Councilmember Slarceno, the municipal code's a little bit unclear on this. The municipal code's very clear in describing how the in lieu fee is to be calculated. But then in terms of how often that fee gets updated or set, it's a little bit more ambiguous, and it just says the council may from time to time update this fee. So it's been our historic practice to do this annually. You might call that a best practice, but the code does not explicitly require your council to update it annually.
So is the in lieu fee that we are recommending, is that enough to excuse me, is that enough to build a unit? I mean, that's basically what we should be having. I mean, I don't necessarily just agree with having the in lieu fee. I think they should just be building the units, no matter what. But so it seems to me that the in lieu fee should be enough to build a house or a unit.
Through the mayor, I just did the quick math on my calculator based on $800 a square foot, which is kind of what the contractors call the Home Depot special for new construction, meaning, you know, nothing over the top, no granite countertops. The in lieu fee for the single family dwelling would maybe build a 1,000 square foot house, that amount for 878 based on today's construction costs. And then the condominium one, definitely, you in today's market, you would not be able to build an ADU for that from what the bids we're seeing for the ones we're coming in. So
the developer's getting a real break with the fee thing,
So then can
unless we raise it.
Yeah, so can we either decide not to decrease it or to raise it then going forward?
Through the mayor, I don't think you have the discretion under the existing ordinance to necessarily raise the fee. You may have discretion to defer an adjustment of the fee for some time and revisit this at a later time. I don't know if our esteemed legal counsel wants to weigh in with any further guidance.
Mayor Clark, council members, I agree with Nick's suggestion on what paths forward at this point. I think there is a reasonable interpretation of the city's municipal code to not adopt an update this year and to put that off to a later date.
So what is that later date?
I think the council would be able to determine the later date.
Mayor Clark, council members, you could suggest that we come back next year and take a look at it.
Okay, some heads are nodding, so. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Do we have any speaker slip on this, Brian? We'll open the public comment period.
Mayor, I don't believe we do.
Okay, anybody like to comment on the in lieu fees? Anybody on the Zoom, Brian?
We have no raised hands, Mayor.
All right, thanks. We'll bring it back to the council for a motion.
Okay, so I move to receive and file the report on the city's home sales prices for 2023 and defer, would it be defer adopting the resolution?
Councilmember Solorzano, through the mayor, I would have the motion be not adopting
Okay.
the resolution and then directing staff to bring this matter back at a later date.
Okay, so I move to receive and file the report on the city's home sale prices for 2023 and not adopt resolution number 6337, adjusting the 2024 affordable housing in lieu fees for condominiums and single-family dwellings, and direct staff to come back in a year with this item.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
Maybe we consider it for a later date instead of being specific to a year, as staff recommended.
Okay, I'll amend the motion just to say at a later date.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 5-0, Brian. And we're off to item number 8, which is adoption of resolution number 6338, approving the recommendations of the Traffic Safety Committee. Up, here comes the Traffic Safety Committee.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for the patience. What is before you is a set of recommended traffic safety devices, so to say. This really comes to you in being in consistency what the city's mission statement is to, I'll just read it from here, to protect the social and physical environment. So from time to time, your traffic safety committee will bring forward to you recommendations of traffic control devices, from stop signs to red curbs to traffic signals. So what is before you are 3 particular traffic control devices of different locations. The first location is at the frontage of 666 Linden Avenue, at the frontage of John Franco's restaurant. This is at the request of the restaurant, actually, or the Franco Contreras of Jane Franco's at the address of 666 Linden Avenue. And this particular traffic control device is a white curb for passenger loading only. Just for clarification or just a re-education of what that is, a white curb is basically means no stopping, standing, or parking for any purpose other than loading or unloading of passengers or the purpose of depositing mail. In this particular case, it's really for passenger loading and unloading. And it's really for not to exceed 3 minutes. And it's between 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And any day of the week except Sundays and holidays. So that's what a white curb is. You probably notice if you walk Linden Avenue a lot, there's actually already a white curb. So for transparency's sake, this is after the fact type of approval. This particular traffic control device was reviewed by the Traffic Safety Committee last year. So this is long overdue. It didn't get to your city council sooner on a variety of maybe reasons, like, for example, capacity, city staff capacity, or mostly that. I know the Public Works Department administers or manages the Traffic Safety Committee. This particular agenda item is long overdue, but this is more after the fact. So that particular white curb is already in place and being enforced. So it goes to your city council because it is a routine process to go to the city council for formal approval of a resolution, which is before you. The next traffic control device is another curb, a yellow curb, at the frontage of the Carpinteria library, a community library, excuse me. And this was at the request of our own city staff member, the city librarian. The reason why this particular curb was requested for is it's to serve the drop-off box that's immediately adjacent to that curb. So this particular curb is yellow, and the difference between the yellow and the white, this is also a no stopping or standing or parking at any time between 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., except Sundays and holidays. And this particular yellow curb is for unloading, also for passengers, loading and unloading of passengers, and loading and unloading of materials. So that's the difference between the white and the yellow.
So does that have a similar time frame? I mean, you said that white was 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. So this one also has a 3 minute for passengers, and then for materials, it's actually 20 minutes. So I forgot to mention that. So for anything materials, so materials in this particular case are books. So you have 20 minutes to park there to either drop off the books at the box or actually physically go into the library. So that gives you enough time to go there. The last traffic control device is red curb. I think that should be self-explanatory. It's basically no stopping or parking at any time during the week. This is for sight distance improvement at the intersection of Santa Ynez Avenue and El Carro Lane. This particular graphic shows the sight distance triangle, and I'll orient it this way. So this is El Carro Lane, where my cursor's at, and then going from left to right is Santa Ynez Avenue. So what is being proposed in this one, this particular traffic control is not installed yet. The last two were. So this red curb is yet to be installed. So this is at the Santa Ynez is a north-south orientation. So this would be north of El Carro Lane. This particular red curb is proposed at 280 feet.
This says 127
Let's see, 120.
in the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that is a correction on my part. That was a verbal mistake here. These particular numbers has to do with the calculation that went into the sight distance of the 127 feet. Thank you for pointing that out. The other side of the intersection, this is your 30-foot red curb. Again, for clarification, these numbers here are intended for that went into the calculation of the red curb. So you have two red curbs on both sides of the intersection when you're at El Carro Lane. Again, these particular triangles are your sight distance triangles for calculation purposes of those red curbs. And with that, those are the two of the curbs, the white and the yellow curbs, are already in effect. That's an after-the-fact approval. And then these red curbs are not installed yet. And this resolution 6338 would effectuate all three. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your report. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question for you. Thank you for your presentation. So can you share a little bit about how the Traffic Safety Committee determines their actions? So for example, the curb, the white curb at 666 Linden Avenue, based on the description, almost sounds as though it was just a workaround because a pickup zone isn't allowed. So a passenger loading zone was then determined to be the need. So I'm curious to know, how does the committee really determine that it's actually needed? And is it really in the best interest of all of the businesses or just that one business? I'm also aware that maybe when this request was made, the restaurant next door had the outdoor dining, which is no longer there. So if you can provide some additional information. And then I have one more question in terms of the yellow curb with the library.
Yes, through the Mayor, Vice Mayor Alacon. So I put up on the screen the particular frontage of the 666 Linden Avenue. So this particular, in terms of how the Traffic Safety Committee determined this to be merited, I guess, or warranted is probably the best word to use, to have a white zone or white curb, excuse me, a passenger loading zone, is we looked at the particular existing features or conditions of the roadway first and foremost. In this particular case, it was initially a open parking space, but due to sizes of vehicles, which are nowadays a lot larger now, particularly in today's standards, vehicles of sizes of modern vehicles would not fit there. And if it did, there would be sight distance issues in regards to coming out of the driveways. Like, for example, I don't know the address number, but this is Blum & Sons Electric. They have a driveway here. And the next door neighbor, which is Little Dom's Restaurant, they have a driveway here. So these driveways are active. They're not abandoned. So both private properties use their respective driveways. In this case,
So are you saying
yes.
that current parking space is abnormally small?
It appeared to be, but you can actually park a compact vehicle. A compact vehicle can.
Because in one sense, somebody could interpret, you're taking a public resource and giving it to a private entity.
Through the Mayor Clark, so that might have been a perception, or maybe a perception, but in this particular case, it made sense to the Traffic Safety Committee to put it as a white curb for passenger loading and unloading. For any of these businesses. It could be Blum & Sons, it could be even for Little Dom's Restaurant. So it was advised to the owner of the business of John Franco's that this is public parking still. It's not exclusive to your business, so anyone could park there. So if this rule applies to everybody, including your customers, this was advised. So even if you're a Little Dom's patron, you could park there, or you could park there on Sunday. You could park there on holiday. So it's not just for John Franco's. And that was advised to the business owner of John Franco. So it's open to the public, and it is a public resource, but it's for passenger loading, and you can park there.
And does it say 3 minutes? Does it say 3 minutes on the curb?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It should be stenciled on there. Last time I checked, it was stenciled out there. If it needs to be repainted, we'll get that painted again.
Thank you. I appreciate that rationale. My other question, and I'm hoping you can just educate me on this. So you shared the reason for the yellow curb because it's either 3-minute passenger loading or 20 minutes for materials. Is there any reason why a 15-minute parking wouldn't be more suited? Just throwing that question out there.
Through the mayor, vice mayor, we're being consistent with the Carpinteria Municipal Code. So should your council decide to change a yellow curb to a 15-minute loading, unloading of materials, that would essentially be a change of the code. So the yellow curb, we're following what is established in the current code as 20 minutes. There's no particular rationale of 20 minutes or 15 minutes. You can change those time limits, but the yellow curb is consistent with the municipal code.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, we'll open the public comment period. Anybody like to comment on this? Do you have anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no Zoom speakers.
All right, we'll bring it back to the city council. And see if anybody wants to make a motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 6338 as read by title only.
Second.
Thank you, thank you. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Quick question for staff, off topic here. John, have we taken a second look at the new signal on Palm and Carp Ave by the middle school there? Seems to be backing up a lot of traffic. I was just curious if there's been an after study.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Nomura, I think you're referring to the traffic signal of Carpinteria and Palm Avenue. Okay, so an after study, there hasn't been a formal after study or a evaluation of the traffic signal. It can be. I should be doing that. We have been, though, monitoring the traffic flow and adjusting as needed. If there's observations of backup, for example, I would have our consulting traffic engineer go out there and physically monitor or actually observe the particular traffic flow and make adjustments to the controller as needed. I believe our consulting traffic engineer, Tom Miracle of TCAM Engineering, has been out there once. I may be mistaken, maybe twice, but it's one of those on-call services from our retainers that we could call out and do an observation of the flow.
Reason I
Yeah.
brought that up, if you look at the pedestrian crossing, it's on two sides. It's delayed because it stops all traffic. It seems like if there was a double cross, one on both sides, crossing Carp Avenue, it would reduce it by about 8 to 10 seconds as far as the timing for pedestrian crossing.
I'll note that. Thank you, Councilmember Noor.
Sure.
I've observed it backed up to the west 2 blocks.
Yeah.
Would an after study require additional costs?
Oh, through the Mayor, Councilmember Solorzano, we have budgeted retainer services, engineering retainer services in the Public Works Department budget. So this would be an on-call service. Yes, we're budgeted, and yes, it would cost the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to item number 9, award construction contract for the Via Real Stormwater Project, Toro Enterprises, Inc., and agreements for related construction management and inspection testing and archaeology and Native American monitoring services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quite a title, yes, and council members. But this is a staff report that combines it into one package before you, multiple agreements, contracts, mainly the big one, which is our construction contract. And I'd like to thank the council members for identifying this or directing staff to making this particular project a critical infrastructure. Because of your guidance on that, we have made this a priority, and I believe some of the council members have seen the existing conditions that are out there. So this is a very public safety, so to say, type of project, a critical infrastructure. So what I have on screen, just to refresh your memory, is the vicinity map, or excuse me, the location map of where this project is at. This is, even though it's Via Real Stormwater Project, as per the title of the construction project, it consists of other streets, like Poplar Street, because in this orange box here, excuse me of the pixelated screen here, but this right here where my hand cursor's at, that's your bioretention basin. So this stormwater project is not only a storm drainage conveyance project, it's also a stormwater quality project. So what we want to do is treat the stormwater, before it actually gets discharged into waters, mainly Carpinteria Creek, and of course the Pacific Ocean. So this bioretention system is there to first capture and treat, and then overflow, if there's any overflow from that basin, goes into a drainage system, which is subsurface in Poplar Street, going down to Via Real, going westbound, and eventually connecting to an existing Caltrans drainage system. So the city has obtained permits through Caltrans. We've also obtained permits or approvals from FEMA, and I could be wrong on this one. This one has to do with the state as well, another state agency, in regards to, scratch that. Approvals are basically environmental document and an encroachment permit through Caltrans. This particular project is budgeted in this fiscal year's capital improvement program budget, and Table 1 of your staff report shows the revenue and the proposed revenue and the proposed expenses. Before this agenda item was before you, if you recall, about a year ago or so, there was a budget shortfall about $1 million, and it was your direction to tell city staff, go after more money or redesign the project. So what the city staff did, we reached out to the funding sources and requested for more money. So those particular funding sources are the hazard mitigation grant from FEMA and the urban flood protection grant from the State Water Conservancy. So those particular funding sources are originally have provided funds and added more funds. However, there's still a shortfall of budget. Fortunately, I like to say, a very small budget shortfall. So that's part of the recommendations of staff, not only is to approve all the agreements and the contract before to build the project, is also a $33,000 appropriation, $33,000 appropriation from Measure X fund to this project. And there's available fund balance of about $419,000. So in staff's opinion, I believe the $33,000 can be afforded towards this critical infrastructure project. If there's any questions regarding the funding source or the project itself, feel free to ask. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, a couple of questions. So in terms of the archaeology services, is that required for all city construction projects, or is it just in specific parts of the city?
Or do we know that this is a place?
Yeah, is this a particularly sensitive location?
Sure. Through the mayor, Councilmember Solorzano. So in this particular case, being that it's federal aid money, this is actually a federal requirement through the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. Anywhere there's use of federal funds, you have to go through this environmental clearance. And not all projects are require NEPA, especially if it's just city funding. In this particular case, it's federal aid funding. So this is not just for this particular project, it's any project that is funded by federal funds, like the Carpinteria Avenue Bridge project. And in this particular case here, is it required? Yes, it is required. We actually had to go through a NEPA environmental clearance because it's a particular project that has not significant impact, but it's an impact where it can be mitigated. So is there archaeological? We don't know. However, if there is, we will have someone on staff to identify it. And what that means is they'll identify it, they'll stop construction activity around that area, and we could have the contractor work somewhere else until that particular area of interest is examined by the archaeologist.
So then it's more about the funding source, not the location of the project.
Right. It could be any like Carpinteria Avenue Bridge project, for example. That's down the creek or something. So, I have the community development department director maybe correcting me on a few things, but yes, he's our resident expert on environmental documents.
Good evening, Mayor Clark, Councilmember Solorzano. Just to add on to what John was saying, typically on a normal development project, we would screen the project to get a sense of whether there's potential for archaeological impacts. And if we think there is, based off of our knowledge and some of the resources that we have at our disposal, then we would request a site-specific archaeological survey to go out and do a more in-depth reconnaissance of the site and the potential to find something in the area. If that study comes back in the positive, then we would typically condition a project to require there to be a monitor on site during construction. If the initial reconnaissance survey comes back clean, or the initial kind of screening effort comes back clean, then we may not require one. But there are these exceptions like this project where either because of federal funding or because of even sometimes just public comment from the Native American community, we might err on the side of caution and elect to have a monitor on site.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Nick. Yes.
And then my other question is, so I saw in the staff report, it referenced that some changes that were done to the project to potentially bring costs down earlier in the process. What changes were those, and were they kind of supplanted by this extra funding that you were talking about?
Yes, Councilmember Solorzano through the mayor. Believe that the staff report you're referring to is the paragraph on page 2 At that time, council directed staff to seek additional funding and explore other options that will allow the project to move forward, including possibly removing some design elements. Fortunately, the design elements as originally designed were not removed because of the funding that we received. Though, yes, there has been still a little bit of a deficit, but $33,000 is very small, in my opinion, to cover for this project or to appropriate for this project. So, answer the question, no design elements were removed. We've attained more funding as directed. We got, I like to say, almost 100%, almost, but we're able to get more funding, a lot more funding from the from FEMA as well as the California Natural Conservancy.
It's really great. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? All right, we'll open up the public comment period. Anybody have comments on the Via Real stormwater drainage project? Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no Zoom speakers.
Okay, let's bring it back to the council and
Okay, I'll make the motion. I move to award the construction contract to Toro Enterprises, Inc. in the total bid amount of $3,116,428 to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Canon Corporation for construction management and inspection services not to exceed $260,698. Authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Cotton Shires and Associates Incorporated for acceptance and materials testing services not to exceed $54,461. Authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Leftwich Archaeology for archaeological and Native American monitoring services not to exceed $109,120, and to approve a budget appropriation of $33,000 to the Capital Improvements Fund for the fiscal year 2024-25 Capital Improvements Program budget.
Second. Good job, by the way.
good job, really a good job. Nice work. That's a mouthful. All right, any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please, Brian?
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. All right, we're at item number 10, which is the closeout of Carpinteria Skate Park project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm happy that this project is closing contractually, but the facility is, as you've seen, has been enjoyed by the community since its opening last year, I believe, August or September? But it's been heavily used since the start. But just like any other construction project, this project has a contract that needs to be closed. So this is a routine process of your city council. So what's before you is a closeout agreement to authorize the mayor to sign. I'll go over a little bit of the cost that went into it. Fortunately, I'd like to report that no appropriation is needed to cover any change orders, and which there are change orders. Change orders, there's 7 change orders, and that's listed, summarily listed in your staff report, 7 change orders of different activities or construction activities. I could say some of these change orders are not all increases. In some of these change orders, there has also been credits to the city. So in change order number 7, for example, balancing contract change order, that accounts for the any increases or decreases in actual quantities or of quantities that were bid. So this accounts for it. So before we close out an agreement, we need to balance the accounting of this project. So that, long story short, there's change orders that went into this, but we had enough funds to actually cover this. Matter of fact, you'll see in the table here on page 2, under revenue and expenses, I'd like to point out that we received a particular credit back from the Carpinteria Valley Water District on a backflow prevention device. So why did we get that credit? Because it was never moved. Where it's at in the gravel parking lot, that was never been relocated, so the water district basically gave us back the $30,000 check. I have no further information about the project. It speaks for itself, and it's good. It's good for the community as another valuable asset. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just one clarifying question. In terms of one of the project expenses, what are city furnished materials? What would
Yes.
those consist of?
Yes, Councilmember Soros through the mayor. So city furnished materials are basically materials that were purchased beforehand, I guess you could say, or before, or that's not required of the contractor to purchase under its own contract. For example, what's a city furnished material? The prefabricated restroom, that was actually purchased by the city and installed by the contractor. I may get this amenity incorrect, the gazebo, I guess you could call it a gazebo, that was city furnished, or city purchased, installed separately from the contractor, Lash Construction.
And might the city do that if they're getting, if it's economically advantageous to buy something like that separately and then have the contractor install it?
Yes, there's certain particular products or certain materials that are more advantageous to purchase as an owner of the project. One is it doesn't get the markup, probably like a contractor would probably put on there. It's directly, we may get discounts being a government agency or something. So there's different reasons why us, city, as an owner, would purchase something separately for furnishing ourselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? All right, we'll open the public comment period on closeout for the skate park. Any comments? Seeing none, anybody on Zoom, Brian?
There, we have no Zoom speakers.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council again.
I move to authorize the mayor to sign the closeout agreement and release of claims for the Carpinteria Skate Park project with Lash Construction, Inc.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please, Brian?
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. All right, item number 11 on our agenda is a legislation position letter opposing Assembly Bill 2557.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clark. I will be taking this one. Let me just get my other notes up. So, as you're aware, the City Council from time to time does take positions on certain pending legislation. This letter before you tonight was requested on June 24th, 2024, that the staff come back with a letter in opposition to Bill 2557. So that's the letter that's before you. And that's also in line with the Cal City's recommendation. As a quick reminder, AB 2557 was a law relating to requiring additional, I'll say, process for local agencies to enter into contracts for quote-unquote special services. And then we talked a little bit about special services, which was a very broad definition. So I'm happy to go into further detail on what this law does propose, but it is in the staff report that's all before you.
Right, and we discussed it when we put it on here. Any questions? All right, we'll open up the public comment period. Any comments on the letter we're proposing to send in opposition to AB 2557? All right, seeing none, anybody on Zoom, Brian?
There, we have no Zoom speakers.
All right, we'll bring it back for motion.
I move to approve submittal of the letter of opposition concerning Assembly Bill 2557.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And we're going to item number 12, hearing at the request of the City of Carpinteria to, number 1, introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 785, an amendment to the city's local coastal program that makes changes to Carpinteria Municipal Code Title 14 zoning by amending regulations concerning accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, project number 232231 LCPA/ORD, and number 2, adopt resolution number 6340, certifying that ordinance number 785 is intended to carry out the policies of the city's certified local coastal program consistent with the California Coastal Act, and direct that the proposed local coastal program amendment be transmitted to the California Coastal Commission for certification.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Clark and City Council. I'm Megan Musoff, Assistant Planner, and tonight I'm bringing you the first reading of ordinance number 785, which will update the city's accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit regulations. As a quick recap, I'm sure you all know what an accessory dwelling unit is, but an ADU is a complete and independent living unit. They are allowed in any zone that allows for residential use, and they must be on a lot with one or more residential units. They can be detached or attached to the primary residential unit. And in the city of Carpinteria, an ADU requires a coastal development permit and a building permit. A junior ADU or JADU is a unit that is no larger than 500 square feet and is contained entirely within the primary residential unit. And JADUs only require a building permit. A quick overview of what I'll talk about tonight. First, we'll start with our current ADU ordinance and the initiation to update this ordinance. Then we'll go over the steps in that update process, what that process looks like. Then I'll cover what's new in state law and why we're updating our ordinance. Then I'll talk about the Planning Commission's recommendations and also staff edits to the ordinance. Then we'll go over CEQA and considerations that have to do with the Coastal Act. And I'll conclude with your council's action options for this evening. And just to highlight the pictures that I have here on this slide, we're actually really excited. These are recent pictures from an ADU that was recently constructed in Carpinteria. And this is the first ADU that's finished construction using the city's prototype pre-approved ADU plans. So this one shows the 480 square foot plan. And the second picture there on the bottom is just a peek into what the kitchen area looks like. Some background on our current ADU ordinance. Carpinteria Municipal Code Chapter 14.72 contains our city's ADU regulations. Ordinance number 758 was our most recent amendment to these regulations, and this was a complete overhaul of the prior secondary dwelling unit regulations. This ordinance went into effect in February 2023. However, new state laws came into effect in 2023 and 2024, which necessitated that we update our ordinance again. And so in August of 2023, your council passed resolution number 6265, which directed staff to update Municipal Code Chapter 14.72 to align our regulations with these new state laws. Additionally, in January 2024, your council readopted our housing element, in which Program 2 has to do with accessory dwelling units. And Program 2 commits the city to maintaining updated ADU regulations and also incentivizing ADU production in the city. ADUs have been pretty successful in the city within the past year or so. As of July 1st of this year, the city has received 30 applications for ADUs and 6 applications for JADUs. Here's a quick peek into what this ordinance update process looks like. It has a couple extra steps because we're amending our city's local coastal program. So first, this ordinance went through, of course, internal staff review by the city attorney's office, and then our staff sent it to Coastal Commission staff for some early review, some preliminary feedback, just to see if any major red flags came up. Fortunately, Coastal Commission staff seemed okay with it, said it looked good. So then we brought it to the Planning Commission on March 4th of this year, where the commission recommended that your council approve the ordinance with a couple of suggested changes, which I'll go over in just a little bit. That brings us to tonight, the first city council reading of this ordinance. If your council approves the ordinance on first reading tonight, we will then send it to State Housing and Community Development, California HCD, as well as the California Coastal Commission for their respective approvals. If we get the all good from those two groups, it'll then come back to your council for a second reading and adoption. So what's new in state law that necessitated that we update our ordinance again? The bills of interest that we're looking at are Senate Bill 897 and 2221, which were signed into law in 2022, as well as Assembly Bill 1332, 976, and 1033, which were signed into law in 2023. These laws implemented a lot of smaller, more nuanced and detailed changes to state ADU law that I won't go over every single one tonight in this presentation, but there is a much more complete list in attachment D to your staff report if you're interested in getting into a lot of that nitty-gritty. But I'll go over in this presentation some of the more major changes. So some of the changes to development standards for ADUs that these laws implemented. First off, any development standards that a local jurisdiction imposes on ADUs must be objective, so they cannot require any subjective judgment by a city planner or a city decision maker. There were some changes in the height limits for ADUs. So ADUs that are within a half-mile walking distance of a major transit stop can be up to 18 feet tall now per state law. The city of Carpinteria's only major transit stop per this definition is our Amtrak stop. ADUs that are on the same lot as a multifamily, multi-story dwelling may be up to 18 feet tall, and ADUs that are attached to the primary dwelling on the lot may be up to 25 feet tall. Existing non-conforming or unpermitted conditions on a lot cannot prevent the city from approving an ADU or a JADU. State law now prohibits any front setbacks that would not permit at least an 800 square foot ADU to be built. And the construction of an ADU does not trigger the installation of fire sprinklers in the main house just because an ADU is being built. A couple of other changes from these laws. There is now no more owner occupancy requirement for ADUs. However, there is still an owner occupancy requirement for JADUs. These laws also require jurisdictions to allow the pre-approval of ADU plan sets by 2025. We are a little bit ahead of the curve on this front because we do have our 2 pre-approved prototype plan sets. However, the kind of program that this is asking us to implement would be the kind of program where any applicant could come into the city with an ADU plan set and ask for it to be pre-approved, and then other applicants could come in using that same pre-approved plan set that somebody else has created and use it, and they would get expedited planning review. And lastly, AB 1033 gives local jurisdictions the option to allow the separate conveyance of ADUs. So this would essentially be the creation of condominiums on a lot. This is not a mandatory program, it is optional, so jurisdictions can choose whether or not to implement it. So now we'll get into ordinance number 785, our agenda item for tonight, and what this ordinance actually does. First and foremost, this ordinance implements those changes to state law and incorporates them into our city's ADU regulations as necessary. In addition, the Planning Commission, after hearing this ordinance, also had a couple of recommendations. So these recommendations included raising the city's overall ADU height limit to 18 feet to align with some of these new state laws. This works to essentially just simplify the height limit rules in our ADU ordinance, so there aren't so many different rules for the height of ADUs. They also recommended that the city not permit the separate conveyance of ADUs. They recommended that staff change some of the language in the design review section of the ordinance such that privacy standards apply to ADUs that are 18 feet or taller in height. So this 18 feet is to align with that 18 feet, the overall height limit. These privacy standards are things like if you have second-story windows that they don't look down into somebody's bedroom, or enclosing upper balconies, or incorporating landscaping to enhance the privacy of both the ADU and neighboring properties. They also recommended that we make language consistent regarding fire sprinklers in both the sections about standard and special ADUs, just to make the wording the same in both sections. And they also asked staff to make a couple of the design review standards more objective to better align with state law. And so to achieve this recommendation by the Planning Commission, we have implemented we have suggested light reflectance values for exterior materials for ADUs. So this is a very objective way to measure it. It's a number. And we've also included the requirement that larger ADUs utilize the same exterior finishes and roof form of the primary dwelling, instead of just saying they have to match. In addition to these recommendations from the Planning Commission, staff have also suggested some amendments to our existing regulations to make it cleaner and more easy to read. We've clarified the definition of special ADU to clarify that multiple special ADUs are allowed on any property with multi-unit housing on it. We've also clarified the allowed configurations of JADUs and special ADUs. So one JADU is always allowed with one special ADU on a single family lot. We've also clarified that a coastal development permit is not required for a JADU, only a building permit. Additionally, staff realized after the Planning Commission hearing that we had forgotten to include one aspect of state law, and this is that ADUs that are under 750 square feet are exempt from all impact fees per state law. So this includes school impact fees. We've also just done some minor edits throughout. We've fixed some wording, standardized the capitalization throughout the chapter, and just increased the clarity of some of the wording. To touch on CEQA and environmental concerns, local ordinances that implement state ADU and JADU law are exempt from review under CEQA, and this is per Public Resources Code section 21080.17. Additionally, ADUs themselves are also typically exempt from review under CEQA, and this is per CEQA guidelines section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures. So an example given in this section is a second dwelling unit in a residential zone. Because we are a jurisdiction entirely within the coastal zone, we do have to consider the harmonization of our city ADU regulations with state ADU law and the California Coastal Act. Fortunately, staff do not see these proposed amendments as having an impact on coastal resources. Coastal resources are things such as coastal access, coastal dependent development and industry, and natural resources. ADUs are typically infill in already urbanized, already developed areas, so they wouldn't be having this significant impact on coastal resources. Resolution number 6340, which is attachment C to your staff report, is the resolution that directs city staff to submit ordinance number 785 to the Coastal Commission for certification. So if you approve this ordinance tonight on first reading, also approve the resolution so that we can send it to the Coastal Commission for their approval. And that brings us to your council's action options for this evening. Your first option is to approve this ordinance on first reading, adopt the resolution to send it to the Coastal Commission, and also determine that the ordinance is exempt from review under CEQA. This is staff's recommendation. Alternatively, your council could decline approval of the ordinance and direct staff to make specified adjustments and return at a future council meeting with an amended ordinance. That concludes my staff presentation. I know that this ordinance involved a lot of small and detailed changes, so I'm happy to go over any of those if you have any questions or want clarity. Thank you.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, two quick questions. So one of the parts of the ordinance is that an existing nonconformance on a property could have previously, or could not be used to deny an ADU application. So what would those existing nonconformances be? What are examples of what those could look like?
Sure. Through the mayor, Councilmember Solorzano. Common nonconformances that we see in Carpinteria, for example, are garages or other accessory structures that are too close to the property line. They encroach into the setbacks. So, for example, if you want to build an ADU on your property, but your garage is a little too close to your property line, we can't use that as a reason to deny your ADU application.
So it's basically to make it easier for people to be able to have them on their property, even if they have something that might be non-conformance.
Correct.
It wouldn't be a complete barrier to building an ADU.
Correct. State law makes it so that property owners aren't forced to correct zoning violations on their property before they're allowed to build an ADU.
Got it. And then for the part about the separate conveyance, so is that something, it was presented as an option by the state. Are there cities that are utilizing that, or was our planning commission pretty much in line with other cities in not wanting to go that route?
Councilmember Solorzano, to my knowledge, so far the only city in the state of California that has allowed the separate conveyance of ADUs is the city of San Jose. So far, I personally have not heard of any other jurisdictions. Jenna, I don't know if you've heard of any other jurisdictions that have done this. I think staff and our planning commission feel at this time that it's not needed. We haven't received any inquiries about people wanting to sell their accessory dwelling units separately from their primary residence. But of course, this is a topic that we can return to in the future as long as it's permitted under state law.
Got it. And then my last question is, it sounds like the trend in terms of people wanting to apply for ADUs and JADUs is the trend has been pretty healthy so far. Do you see that continuing, or was there like an initial spike of interest and now it's plateauing, or what does that look like so far?
Yeah, fortunately, we've actually seen a pretty steady stream of ADU applications. We kind of predict that in the first, year, maybe couple of years of our ADU ordinance, we might have stronger demand and it may decrease over time. But in the past year or so, we have seen fairly constant demand for ADUs.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? I've got a couple. The conveyance thing, that's basically creating a condominium, is that correct?
Correct.
And would that be in conflict with our condominium conversion ordinance?
Thank you, Mayor Clark, for that question, council members. Likely, yes, so it'd be something that we'd have to visit if we wanted to move in that direction. We'd have to take both this ordinance as well as review and take a look at our condo conversion ordinance to see if those two are consistent or if we'd have to make changes to the condo conversion ordinance before we allow this.
And the purpose of the condo conversion ordinance was to, in general, retain affordable housing, is that correct?
Retain, arguably, yes, rentable units, so units that were being rented out instead of under separate ownership. And so I believe there's a target there's a target percentage of vacancy rate that the city would have to meet before, in order for units to be converted to condos, the city would have to meet a certain vacancy rate, which I don't believe we've met in several years. So I think that's one of the questions that we'd have to look at, is whether the creation of an ADU itself would fall within the condo conversion ordinance, since it's not, it may not technically be a conversion.
Okay. And then the ADU, the state ADU ordinance comes with no parking requirements, is that correct?
I believe so. Mostly, most ADUs do not have any parking requirements. The state is slowly decreasing the types of ADUs that can require parking. In our ordinance, we do still have regulations for ADU parking within the beach neighborhood, and also for ADUs that do not meet one of, I believe, 6 other criteria. So it's a very, very small number of properties, residential properties in the city, that would require parking for their ADUs.
Yes, and that was actually, the beach area was my focus of my question, is because that could be a potential conflict with the Coastal Act in terms of public beach access, take parking away. And then lastly, don't we, for the ADU applications, don't we ask people what their intent is in terms of affordability?
Mayor Clark, informally during the application process, our city staff does tend to ask applicants what their intended use.
And that's probably because we want to use ADUs as a way of our meeting affordable housing requirements.
Correct.
What's our success rate so far on that?
I don't actually have that data for you on hand. I do know the last time I looked at our running spreadsheet of ADUs that a significant number of them are being used for family members.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mayor Clark, Bryant, just to add on to what Megan was saying, we request this information from applicants. We don't really have the ability to compel them to give us their rental rates. So, I would just ballpark guess that we might get about a 25% response of getting an actual rental rate or planned rental rate from applicants, and most of them fall somewhere within what I would call market rate. But as Megan said, a lot of the applications that we do receive indicate that they're intending to use it for family, and don't elaborate beyond that.
That's cool. Okay, thanks. Any other questions? All right, we'll open up to the public. Any comments on the ADU changes? And anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the council for determination.
I move to approve ordinance number 785 as read by title only, adopt resolution number 6340 as read by title only, and approve the CEQA notice of exemption.
And I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Before I get to the roll call, let me read the ordinance title into the record.
All right.
Ordinance number 785, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, California, amending Chapter 14.72 of Title 14, Zoning, of the Carpinteria Municipal Code in response to state legislation regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. Now for the roll call. Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. And next item is ordinance number 784, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, California, amending Chapter 2.08, City Manager of Title II, Administration and Personnel, and Chapter 3.32, Purchasing System of Title III, Revenue and Finance, of the Carpinteria Municipal Code regarding purchasing system, and resolution number 6341, approving and adopting the city's procurement policy.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and public. I'm here tonight to provide a summary of the recommendations from the staff report and approval for the amendments to Chapter 2.08 City Manager and Chapter 3.32 Purchasing System of the Carpinteria Municipal Code, as well as to approve and adopt the proposed procurement policy for the city. Included in the staff report are Attachment A, Ordinance 784, Attachment B, Resolution 6341 with the procurement policy as Exhibit 1, Attachment C, the current version of the municipal code, and Attachment D, the red line version of the municipal code. During last year's audit, it was observed that the current Carpinteria Municipal Code, Chapter 3.32, purchases system does not clearly differentiate between the public projects and the general procurement of goods, equipments, and services. The audit recommended updating our procurement process and procedures to improve transparency and accountability and effectively managing the city's operations and costs. Chapter 2.08, City Manager. This part of the municipal code outlines the roles and responsibilities of the authority of the city manager within the city government structure. It includes provisions related to the appointment, duties, and powers of the city manager, as well as the organizational structure they oversee. Staff recommends amending Section 2.08, 1.150, subsection B, to increase the city manager's contracting authority from $30,000 to $50,000, which aims to streamline decision-making and operational efficiency within the city administration. By raising the threshold, the city manager can approve more purchases without requiring formal council approval, which can expedite procurement processes and follow for quicker responses to operational needs. This adjustment is often made to align with inflation, modern financial practices, or to better reflect the current market conditions. Chapter 3.32, purchasing system. This section of the municipal code deals with the procedures and regulations governing how the city procures goods and services. It is often covers rules related to competitive bidding, contract negotiations, vendor selection criteria, purchasing threshold, and other operational guidelines aimed at ensuring transparency, efficiency, and fiscal responsibility in the procurement process. Staff recommends renumbering Chapter 3.32, purchasing system, to new Chapter 3.30, and moving the bulk of its provisions to the new procurement policy. This change will accommodate the additional 2 new chapters, which will be discussed shortly. Now titled Chapter 3.30, Purchasing System will be simplified to consist of a single section that references the proposed city's procurement policy. New Chapter 3.31, Public Project Bidding. So this section outlines the procedures and regulations governing the bidding and awarding of public construction projects within the Carpinteria Municipal Code. This chapter is essential for ensuring transparency, fairness, and efficiency in the expenditures of public funds. By establishing clear guidelines for competitive bidding, it aims to guarantee that contracts are awarded impartially and that infrastructure projects are completed in accordance with legal and regulatory requirements. Chapter 3.32, Surplus Personal Property. This section introduces procedures and guidelines for handling the disposal of redistribution of surplus personal property under the Carpinteria Municipal Code. This section aims to enhance the efficiency in asset management while upholding ethical standards and regulatory compliance within the municipal government framework. It provides structured processes for identifying, evaluating, managing surplus items, ensuring that they are disposed of responsibly or repurposed for further use. The city manager has the power to dispose of the city's surplus personal property that is no longer required for public use. The proposed city procurement policy contains 23 pages and outlines the guidelines that the city plans to adopt for its procurement practice. This policy establishes principles, procedures, and standards governing the acquisition of goods and services by the city. It is designed to align with legal mandates, industry best practices, and the unique needs and priorities of the city government. By defining clear guidelines, the procurement policy aims to ensure transparency, fairness, and efficiency in the city's purchasing processes, thereby promoting responsible financial management and accountability. City staff plans to develop a procurement manual that is referred in the procurement policy within the next 30 days. Additionally, city staff will be drafting a credit card usage policy that is also referred in the policy, and we present it to the city council for approval during an upcoming council meeting. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions in regards to the staff report.
Thank you. Any questions?
A couple of just clarifying questions. So for chapter 2.08, it's increasing the city manager's contracting authority from 30 to 50K. How would that on a practical basis, what effect would that have? Are there a lot of purchases that are within that 30 to 50 range, or how did you get at the 50,000 increase amount?
We did do a survey of other cities within, cities in California. There is a long range of city managers having up to 125,000 to as low as 25,000, so the average was about 70. I believe the 50 is where Michael felt comfortable, city manager, having that ability to approve 50,000 and below. And then I believe, Michael, we also did some research, and we don't really have that many contracts that go to council on the listings.
Yeah, I know we took this to the finance committee, and they reviewed it as well, and we looked at it, and I remember there being a handful of them that were in between that. There's one that just came to my desk yesterday, so there are some, but I don't know that it's the bulk of contracts.
Thank you. And then, so what types of projects are subject to the informal bids procedure? Because I saw that referenced in the staff report. So just for clarification.
The informal bidding process?
Yes, yeah. What's the threshold for that?
So anything 50,000 and below would be informal. Anything 50,000 or more or above 50,000 would go through the formal bidding process.
Okay, so it's connected to that limit that we're changing for
Correct.
the city manager. Okay, got
Correct. And then also, but public projects still continue as the formal bidding process.
Mhm. Okay, right. And then, so what does a term personal property mean in the context of the staff report? Because I just wasn't, I know that it doesn't mean what it sounds like, which is like personal, purchase of personal things for the city use, but I just was a little confused by what the personal property terminology meant in this context.
Yeah, that's the terminology that is used for entities. It's personal property of the city. So that's the standard verbiage for the.
So the city is the person then?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not the individual people who work for the city itself.
Correct.
Okay.
And if I can jump in, Councilmember Solorzano through the mayor, I think it's understood best in comparison to real property. So something that's not real property is personal property, and is like Lisette mentioned, it's personal property of the city.
Okay, got it. I just figured someone who was reading it might be confused, because I was confused by it. So, and then my last question is, so then for section about disposal of property that's designated as having no value, I saw that there was mention of those types of items being recycled or disposed of in an environmentally responsible way, but that wasn't necessarily the default. It was just an option. So I wondered can there be language somewhere to really put an emphasis on looking at recycling or environmentally favorable disposal first before looking at other options?
So what we have to now work through also is a manual in regards to surplusing, a form that would need to be filled out for city manager to approve. So I think that's in that manual, that's where we could put that distinction, that we would need to put that first, anything environmentally way of disposing it.
Mm-hmm.
And currently we are, for example, any electronics, they are recycled through our a different recycling system.
Mm-hmm.
So we are doing that, but we could make sure that in our internal process here, we write it up to be environmentally friendly first.
Okay. So it doesn't have to be in the ordinance, it can be in this, in the manual that you said that you're in the process of creating?
Correct.
Okay, great. That sounds perfect. Thank you.
Anybody else? I got a question about 2.08. I'm fine with the $50,000 limit. My question really has to do with any limit for a project that emerges from a committee or board of the city council that reports to the city council. Whether it's 50,000 or not, that would first come to the city council before it goes to the city manager. Is that correct? For boards and commissions that are advisory to the city council, if somebody comes up, hey, we think to do our job, we need to build a something, doesn't that advice have to come to the city council before it goes to the city manager? I mean, the staff person that leads that subcommittee could say, okay, I'll just go to Michael and get it done.
Yeah,
No, it's more of an administrative question than a finance question.
Yeah, Mayor Clark, I would say that wouldn't necessarily be covered in this policy, but it's something that I would do.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks. Okay, we'll open up the public comment period. And seeing none here present on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no Zoom speakers.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council.
I move to approve and waive the first reading of ordinance number 784 as read by title only and continue the second reading for adoption to July 22nd, 2024, and adopt resolution number 6341 approving the city's procurement policy.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, may we have a roll call, please?
Once again, Mayor, before I get to the roll call, let me read into the record the ordinance title, ordinance number 784, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, amending Carpinteria Municipal Code, Chapter 2.08, City Manager, repealing and replacing Chapter 3.32, former purchasing system, with new surplus personal property, and adding new chapters 3.30, purchasing system, and 3.31, project public bidding. And for the roll call vote, Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. Thank you very much. Now we go to item 14, adopt resolution 6339, combining and amending conditions of employment for miscellaneous unrepresented and management personnel, including amendments to classification, work schedules, compensation adjustments, leave, holidays, and health benefits.
Good evening, Mayor Clark, council members. Ryan Kintz, Assistant to the City Manager. I'm also joined tonight by Ms. Teresa Ilacine, our Management Analyst 2 in our General Government Department. Sorry. I'm no longer an assistant to the City Manager, as Michael just clarified. I'm the Assistant City Manager. Thank you, Michael. Okay.
So there's a difference?
There is a
Big
difference.
difference?
Huge, huge.
Okay. So tonight, we're excited to present to you our fiscal year 2024-2025 condition of employment updates and amendments. I also want to give a major shout out to Mr. Ryan Benson. He's an intern with our department, and he spent many, many hours on this work with us. So tonight, we're going to go over the COE consolidation. So currently we have 2 COEs, one for miscellaneous and one for management. So we're going to talk about that. Then we're going to talk about the cleanup and the updates work that we did for all those sections listed there, section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. And then I'll do a little discussion on the value of these CO updates. Why are we doing them? Why is it important that we continue to make changes to our COEs? Finally, we'll present our staff recommendation, and then we'll turn it over to you for questions. And now Teresa will do the next slide.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. To provide you with a little background regarding this item, since July of 1992, there have been 2 separate COEs for non-represented employees. Non-exempt miscellaneous personnel, Resolution 2093, and for exempt management personnel, Resolution number 3032. The most current COEs are Resolutions 6263 and 6264 respectively. Upon detailed review of the separate COEs, staff identified overlapping language. And before you tonight, for your consideration, is Resolution 6399, which consolidates the 2 COEs into one document. Consolidating the two documents would streamline and unify administrative practices and potential for less errors by referring to the 2 documents. And in the combined document, we're now referring to one document instead of the 2. So that would hopefully lessen any potential for error. In merging the 2 documents, there was some language which was changed for clarity and to incorporate best practices. Included in the staff report is a red-line version of all the changes, which shows the added language in red text and deleted language in strike-through red text. The COE also has changes to be consistent with the SEIU MOU, and I'd like to add the COE pertains to non-represented employees. The employees represented by SEIU have a separate MOU agreement, which is in place until June 30th of 2027. The proposed changes of the COE were also presented to SEIU for their consideration. However, they said they would prefer to discuss the proposed changes in the future.
Okay, so COE section number 1, position classification. So currently, as we mentioned, we have 2 COEs, one for management and one miscellaneous. Those are 2 unrepresented classifications. So in the proposed changes, we're proposing adding 3 categories to define management. One would be executive management, the next would be mid-management, and the following would be management. So these changes, what they do is they clearly define those 3 categories, and then this helps to delineate the specific duties and expectations associated with each level of management. It also allows the city to create a structure for the allocation of management leave, which we'll be discussing later in the presentation. So defining management categories, it really ensures that employees at similar levels of responsibility receive comparable compensation and benefits, including management leave, which I mentioned. It also promotes fairness and transparency. And then the classification and categories are also identified by position in the salary resolution that accompanied the June 24th City Council budget item.
This slide pertains to COE Section 2, work schedules. Employees are currently able to work a flexible schedule or a standard 540 schedule, with the exception of a few positions that have a more rigid schedule based off of their job duties and the needs of the city. However, the current COE only defines a 980 work schedule. The proposed COE adds language to this section to define a uniform set of guidelines related to the various work schedules, which include a 440, which is an employee on a 440 would be working 4 10-hour days, a 980 schedule in which employees on this schedule work 9-hour days Monday through Thursday, and every other Friday is a working 8-hour day, and the other Friday is an off day for them. And a traditional 540, which is 5 8-hour days. Offering these different schedules also creates the city's ability to recruit and retain top talent. For example, an employee or candidate may have child care needs that require them to work a traditional 8-hour schedule for them to care for their children, perhaps leaving in time to pick them up from school or even attending some of their school events. The 980 or a 540 would allow that. On the other hand, an employee with a 980 schedule, they would work 9-hour days, but on Fridays working 8 and the other Friday off, that would allow them to schedule appointments on those days and other personal life needs. For payroll purposes, it is important to define these work schedules. And lastly, related to defined work schedule, the section pertaining to management, there's a section there which specifies flex hours for management. That will be replaced with management leave, and we'll discuss that later.
Okay, so for COE Section 3, compensation and benefits. So currently, the COEs, they say that after completing 1 year of probationary period, the employee is then moved to a July 1st evaluation. So what happens then is we have a lot of staff that are on that July 1st evaluation timeline. So the proposal is to have employees hired or promoted on or after July 1st, 2022. They will receive a 12-month evaluation on their 1-year anniversary date of hire or promotion, which is more standard in how that's completed. So employees hired or promoted on or before June 30th, 2022 will remain on that July 1st annual evaluation date. So this change is being proposed for the following reasons. So it is in line with performance management best practices. It does provide improved feedback timing for staff when they're having their evaluations done. It does provide a more equitable treatment of employees and operational efficiency. By staggering the evaluation dates, managers and HR staff can distribute that workload of performance evaluations more evenly throughout the year, and then rather than having a lot of evaluations due at the same time, as I mentioned. So in addition, as the council is aware, as part of the budget adoption on the 24th, we did want to note that the COE also reflects the 3.9% cost of living adjustment that the council approved, and it does also reference the 5% cap on merit increases due to budget constraints that the council also approved. So those two items are also listed in the COE changes.
All right. This next section pertains to COE Section 4, leave regulations. Currently, administrative leave, which applies to the exempt employees, is included in the annual personal time off, or we refer it to PTO, in that accrual schedule. Administrative leave is being replaced with a separate management leave schedule. Exempt staff do not receive overtime pay for hours worked beyond their regular schedules, and management leave is meant to compensate for those additional hours worked. Management leave recognizes the unique demands placed on management personnel. It also promotes work-life balance, attracting and retaining top talent. This benefit is crucial for maintaining a motivated, productive, and effective management team within the city. Management leave supports the city's strategic goals by fostering a high-performance culture at City Hall. The proposed levels are in line with our benchmark cities. So we did do a survey of our benchmark cities to see what other agencies provide in terms of management leave, and these are in line with our benchmark cities. Management leave will be allotted on a calendar year basis, and for this calendar year, management employees will be allotted 50% of those leave accruals for this calendar year. All right. Also pertaining to leave regulations, this slide here pertains to the annual PTO sections 4.3 to 4.5. Annual PTO is inclusive of vacation and sick leave. Currently, annual PTO is given to employees in a lump sum with 50% of the employee's annual accrual at the beginning of the fiscal year and the remaining 50% at the beginning of the calendar year. The employee PTO bank accumulation currently is a maximum of 160 hours plus half of their biannual accrual. And if you look at the comparison, on the left is the SEIU, their current accrual schedule. On the right is the miscellaneous and management accrual schedule, and you can see the miscellaneous management is less than what SEIU currently receives. So the proposed schedule for miscellaneous and management is shown in this slide. With this schedule, miscellaneous and management employees will no longer receive a lump sum of 50% of the accrual twice a year. They will instead accrue annual PTO on a biweekly basis. Transitioning to a biweekly accrual system reduces the potential for liability and helps ensure that leave is accrued gradually and reduces the financial burden of potential large immediate payouts. For instance, if an employee, the way we've been providing the accrual in lump sum, the first pay period of July of the fiscal year, an employee receives 50% of their allotment. Since it's there in their accrual bank, if they were to leave, a week later, we would be liable for whatever's in their accrual bank. So this, by going to a biweekly accrual basis, it limits or lessens that liability. And also provides a better financial management and forecasting. Also in this schedule, the tiers are based, we adjusted the years of service, starting at 0 to 2 years, then 3 to 5 years, and then 5 years thereafter. And to be consistent, each tier is increased by 24 hours. This accrual schedule also incentivizes or attracts new hires because now they're incentivized and they see that they will potentially be at the higher tier starting at year 3 versus the current schedule, they would have to wait until year 4. Let's see. Also in this proposed schedule, the maximum accrual is capped at 1.5 times the employee's annual accrual rate. Capping the PTO leave time helps cities manage financial liabilities, ensure operational efficiency, promote employee well-being, and maintain fairness. These caps balance the need to provide employees with adequate time off while ensuring that the city operations remain smooth and financially stable.
Okay, so Section 4, leave regulations. So pertaining to leave regulations, the currently employees may continue to cash out up to 80 hours of leave, but they must maintain a leave balance of 40 hours. So our proposed changes are to increase the required leave balance from 40 hours to 80 hours, and then also include a provision to require the employee to use at least 40 hours of annual PTO during the year before they can cash out anything. So this change, along with all these changes, really is in line with best industry practices. So by ensuring that employees take a minimum amount of PTO each year, that 40 hours, we're really encouraging our employees to rest and recover, which does, studies show, improves overall well-being and productivity. In addition, ensuring employees have a reserve of leave hours, it allows them to take time off in case of unexpected events, such as personal or family emergencies, illnesses, or other unforeseen circumstances. So that's why we want to make sure that they at least have an 80-hour balance so that they can get paid in the event someone passes away or they have an illness where they need to be out of the office. So this does provide a safety net for both the employees, and it provides a safety net for the organization.
This slide pertains to Section 5, legal holidays. The existing annual leave bank includes 24 hours of floating holiday hours. These hours will be moved to the list of designated holidays. The 24-hour bank will accommodate the needs of staff working 9 or 10-hour days in which they would need to use 1 or 2 hours of leave time accordingly. The city is also transitioning to a best practice where holiday will constitute a standard 8-hour day of holiday or leave time. So an example is if an employee's, if the holiday falls on an employee's 9 or 10-hour day, the employee would need to make up the difference because we would be paying them for an 8-hour holiday. So they could make up that difference with these floating holiday hours or any other leave that they have in their banks. Additionally, while the city observes federal holidays. This is in alignment with our commitment to diversity and inclusion because there's additional holidays an employee may want to take that the city does not recognize, and so they can, the employee can use their floating holiday hours to take time off for a holiday that they wish to observe or just for personal time. Also pertaining to legal holidays, additional language is added to allow employees to bank holiday hours. Earlier this evening, City Manager Ramirez mentioned that a change to the COE, and this is the section that we're referring to, a holiday in lieu bank would allow employees to bank hours if they were required to work on one of the city's observed holidays. Employees may bank holiday in lieu hours up to a maximum 40 hours. Any unused holiday banks hours can be rolled over into the next calendar year.
Okay. So Section 8, this is the last update to our fitness benefit that the city provides. So currently, the city reimburses fitness membership costs up to $600 per fiscal year, and the COE lists some examples. In the proposed changes, we're proposing to expand what the fitness benefit criteria can be allowed for. So, for example, with subscriptions, gym memberships, and weight management programs, we're expanding that. Another good example is potentially Peloton. You know, it's a monthly subscription. So now staff can use their monthly subscriptions as part of this fitness benefit. So it just expands the opportunity so that we encourage staff to take advantage of that benefit. Okay. So that concludes all of the changes, but I did want to just touch on, you know, the value of these changes and what it means for the city. So under Michael's direction and guidance and vision and leadership, we're really continuing to strive to make improvements to our benefits so that we remain a competitive agency and we're really providing a lot of value to our employees. So we feel really good about this, and we did, as we mentioned in our staff report, we did present this to our staff and we got positive feedback. Some of the benefits that are listed here maintain fair and competitive compensation and benefits. So examples of that we went through tonight might be providing management leave, the floating holiday, fitness benefits, flexibility, and the enhanced annual PTO accrual limits. That definitely helps us achieve that goal of maintaining fair and competitive compensation. Other examples, promote employee satisfaction and morale and improve work-life balance. Again, providing that management leave, the floating holiday, fitness benefits, flexibility, and enhanced annual PTO accrual limits is also in line with that value. And then finally, I'll just touch on one more, enhance organizational efficiency and effectiveness. So combining the COE into one document, it implements the best practices such as capping the PTO at a 1.5 accrual rate. The biweekly accrual is an industry best practice. I've never seen another city that just gives that huge allotment all at once. That's very rare. So we're aligning better with best practices. And then finally, supporting the city's strategic goals and operational changes. The city has the goal of investing in a high-performance team at City Hall. These changes is a way of doing that. We are investing in our staff by providing some additional benefits. And then finally, foster a fair, supportive, and progressive workplace, as Teresa mentioned, by providing that floating holiday. We do feel like that's a progressive policy where we're allowing staff to have extra time to take time off for federal or other holidays that we may not recognize, as Teresa mentioned. So with that, our staff recommendation before you is to adopt the resolution, and we're available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a lot of work. Any questions?
I do. What percentage of the city staff actually lives within the community, and who commutes?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Roy? Sorry, Mr. Lee.
So what percentage of the city staff lives within Carpinteria and its valley, and who commutes?
Yeah, Councilmember Lee through the mayor. That's a great question. I don't have that on hand, but I think that's a valuable data set that we can gather for you and we can report back. I don't know if Michael knows, but we definitely don't have that right now, but we can get that information.
The reason I asked, have you thought about giving a gas kind of stipend?
Yes. As I mentioned, we're going to continue to make improvements to our COEs and the benefits that we provide. We continually need to make strides to being more competitive. So we are going to be looking into, potentially doing something along those lines in the future.
Okay, like incentives such as taking the train or carpooling, things like that.
Yes.
Bike.
Yeah, great examples. We would, that's definitely on our radar, something that we want to do the next round of changes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I saw in the staff report, it's mentioned that due to budget constraints, the performance-based merit increase is capped at
Yes.
5%. So how much does that save the city, or how does that help with the city budgeting?
Yeah, it's an amount that's significant. I can't tell you exactly what it is. Michael may have some answers for you there, but it definitely does provide a savings for us to cap that. And then we did provide some flexibility where the city manager, under his discretion, Mr. Ramirez, can increase that beyond the 5% if he sees that there is enough justification for that to happen. But overall, it's capped at the 5%.
And then there still is like the COLA that's on top of that.
Correct.
that-
Yes.
yeah.
So in effect, staff will get upwards of 8.9% for next year.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, Councilmember Solorzano, currently the cap is 8%, so it's a reduction of 3. Now, not everybody would qualify for the 8%. You had to be in the lowest tier. But what one of the things does is, so previously, we would allow management staff to have an increase, but it wouldn't actually affect what they made. It would just move their band. And so what was happening with a lot of our recruitments is other cities were actually making true COLA adjustments. We would find that we were in recruitments competing with the market, and we had staff or people that we were recruiting that were coming in at much higher levels than, say, existing staff that had been in our system but haven't actually had moved up. Their band was just moving up. Now, they always had the opportunity to potentially do that through that performance-based system, but again, it all mattered on, depended on where you were in the middle, lower, upper levels, and on, your ratings, which are somewhat subjective. So we felt that it would be better to actually control that a little bit. So we lowered the previous, I think it was like 12%. We lowered that in July of last year, I think, to 8%. And then this is an additional cap. So although it's only 3, it's 7% from prior to July of last year.
And can you clarify just a little bit how the change that flex hours and administrative leave are now all in one lump as management leave? How does that change? Does that change the way that staff can use those hours, or?
Yeah, I can answer this, and then I'll allow Michael, of course, to chime in. Councilmember Solorzano, thank you for that question through the mayor. So current practice is to allow staff to accrue any flex hours. So for example, if they work 45 hours in a current week, they can set aside those extra 5 hours into a flex leave bank, which they can later use in a future payroll. So that is not best practice. It's really uncommon to allow people to do that because, of course, they can start accruing banks of hundreds of hours. And we really want to encourage staff to do their job duties within the 40 hours that they're allotted to do because we want to promote work-life balance. So the management leave is the component that's going to kind of make up for that loss of that flex time because we do understand that management staff, Teresa and I are here tonight. We got here, Teresa got here early this morning, so did I, but we're going to be working a 12-hour day. So we are going to be working those extra hours, but the management leave is in place to make up for that.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate the clarification.
And I'll just add that there was these rules, so you could only use 9 hours of the flex time per pay period, 26, I think it's 26 pay periods or 20, yeah. So, you could potentially use up to 234 if you were able to earn that much. Actually, what was happening was the opposite, is that people were losing the hours, in some cases hundreds of hours of time that was supposed to be in replace of management time, but they couldn't use it because they were capped even when they did need to use it. And they're like, oh, I can finally take a week off. Well, the rule said you could only use 1 9-hour thing per the pay period. And so it's actually less hours now than this old system, but I think more people will use it because it's more flexible, has a cash value. And like I said, it's actually best practice to just offer a benefit than to really be giving people hour for hour because as management staff, we don't get time for that extra time. We have benefits like these, but a straight hour for hour thing really wasn't best practice anyways.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. And then, yeah, just to add on that as well, we do want to encourage staff to take time off. As I mentioned earlier, it does increase productivity and general well-being. Staff are happier when they take vacations. I think we all are. It also has an expiration date, so that's another encouragement for them to utilize it. So they get the 80 hours for each calendar year, but it doesn't roll over. So it's a use it or lose it type of system, and that's another way for us to incentivize staff to take time off.
Okay, and then my last question, I saw the staff report indicated that the response from city staff has been positive. Were there any areas where there were either concerns or further conversations are going to happen? Because these sound like really good changes, but they sound like pretty major ones too.
Yes.
So.
Councilmember Solorzano, through the mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Michael. I wasn't actually at that meeting. I hadn't started here at the city yet, so I don't have the full picture of that. But I think Michael can provide a really comprehensive answer there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think most of the concerns revolved around like changing from the lump sum vacation time to accruing it on a biweekly basis. But there's a lot more positives, and I think after we took the time to explain it to the staff, most people were in favor of it. You know, for example, before you used to have to work here for how many days till you're
90 days.
You had to work here for 90 days until you got any hours. So you would get people who would get here and they'd had a pre-planned vacation from their other job and they didn't even have any hours and they weren't accruing any because we didn't have an accrual basis. It was just a lump sum dump that you would get. So it would negatively impact those people. For somebody that, maybe was looking to cash out hours at a certain time, not having that lump sum hurts them, but also it makes sure that if something were to happen that they have hours left over, because in some instances we were having people cash out and then running out of hours and needing it. And so it's a protection for them in case something occurs. And then also, as Teresa mentioned, if people were to leave, they're not leaving with, previously, again, we've been taking this in small steps. It used to be that you got your whole year at one time. And if you left, you could leave with 12 months, and we took a baby step and got it to the 50-50, and now moving to the biweekly. Like I said, I don't think I know a single organization that does it the way we did, so hopefully if this is approved, we'll be in line with everyone else.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll open up the public comment period. And seeing none, do we have anybody on Zoom, Brian?
We have no one, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council then. If anybody would like to make a recommendation, a motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 6339 as read by title only.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything on legislative update?
Yeah, Mayor Clark, council members, I'll take this one. It'll be a very quick update since there's only one item sent over by Cal Cities, and it's AB 3093. It's referred to as new homelessness planning requirements. And we did already provide an update or an overview of this bill on June 10th. And there was I don't believe there was a request at that time for the council to bring back a letter. I'm happy to provide more details on this proposed bill, though, if you'd like.
So what is, can you give a quick analysis?
Sure. So the bill is aimed at implementing what's called HCD recommended RENA reforms. So specifically, the bill would propose or is proposing two new income categories, which are extremely low income and acutely low income. The Cal Cities opposes this bill because in their opinion, the state has failed to clarify how these new income categories will differ from what cities are already planning for through the very low income category, and is concerned that the bill would just further increase costs for local cities to track this type of thing without having any real benefit.
Okay.
And so the Cal Cities is taking an oppose position on this bill.
So does anybody want to oppose it? No? Okay. Very good. Committee reports?
I can report that the Senior Services, Ad hoc Senior Services Planning Committee met this morning. We're restarting those meetings up again, and we received updates from Jenna Jenkins on the Age-Well programming and some plans for future programming. And then the Harbor Seal Advisory Committee met on June 26th, and we discussed the usage of a Marine Mammal Protection Act sign, and then received updates from the ad hoc data collection and ad hoc survey subcommittees.
Okay. Anybody else?
I don't have any updates in terms of committees, but I do have a question for future, or suggestion for a future agenda item. I recall a few months ago we had received somewhat of an informal presentation on some report that was created based off of the diversity, equity, and inclusion work on behalf of our subcontractors. So I'm just curious to know where we stand with that work as a city.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Alicant. So we're still meeting with them, and they're meeting with our, our internal DEI group and helping us focusing on our internal policies. And so, they have one of the things I could actually bring back, I think that would be helpful, is what they've completed in their scope of work and what is still left to be completed, and the timeline for that might be helpful. So
Yeah.
I can bring that part of my city manager report.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a good question.
Yeah, good idea.
All right. Attendance at future meetings?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're all going to be here. Okay, we'll adjourn the meeting at 9:38. Thank you, everybody.